All right, I call this meeting to order at 7:04 p.m. Roll call and verification of quorum. Vice Chair Colazo.
Hi, everyone. Chair Quartz isn't here, so bear with me. Lazo.
Present.
Reed.
Present.
Corelli. Present. Thoss. Lim. Karingo. Present. Sherman.
Present.
Smith. Trejo Hernandez.
Here.
Connolly. Gumarov.
Present.
Hamid.
Present.
Kaufman.
Present.
Rudy.
Present.
Gaudio. Metellus.
Present.
Rose.
Present.
Shannon is not even here anymore. Ravi. Hall. Chauhan.
Present.
Did I say it correctly? Perfect. Escafar.
Present.
Naguib.
Present.
Wanjin. Johnson.
Present.
Patel. Weiderberg. Green.
Present.
Hendry.
Present.
Rubin.
Present.
Akuda.
Present.
Banesh. Condoloro.
Present.
Colazo. Me. Oh, that's me. Guys, be for real. Quartz. Rodriguez.
Present.
Benwick.
Present.
I'm gonna butcher. There's General. Oh, cool. I'm gonna delete his name. Oh, that he's not here. He's not a senator. Oh, guys. Pullman.
Present.
Brenda.
Present.
Richmond.
Present.
Shen. Okay. Valera.
Present.
Vasquez.
Present.
Lipner. And Morissette.
Present.
All right. 30 out of 45. Quorum is verified.
All right, approval of the minutes. Everyone go ahead, take a look at last meeting's minutes. And is there a motion to approve last meeting's minutes? Any objections? Seeing none, last meeting's minutes are approved. Ravi.
Present noting.
Senator Ravi present voting, so noted at 7:06 p.m. Approval of the agenda. Everyone go ahead, take a look at this meeting's agenda. And is there a motion to approve this meeting's agenda? Any objections? Seeing none, this meeting's agenda is approved. Open forum. Is there anyone here wishing to speak in open forum? All right, seeing none, announcements from the student body president, President Lister.
All right. Good morning, Senate. I hope you've all had a great week so far, and I've also been staying warm. I think it's the first time I've heard of snow days in Florida in my life. Not too many events this week from exec, but athletics coordinator. The green light is on. Well, should I speak closer? Okay, I'll just do that. Should I start over? Okay. Not too many events this week from exec, but athletics coordinator Wetzler and Attorney General Polera tabled at the Healthy Nights Expo, speaking to students about the RWC and Universal Nights. Speaking of Universal Nights, mark your calendars for February 23rd. To go with the announcement, we had our announcement post on Instagram and a dedicated post for FAQs. If you'd like to volunteer for ticket distributions, Director of Student Affairs Benitez will be sending out a sign up for those soon. Also on Wednesday, Vice President Brawley and I had the pleasure to speak to many of the local police departments and agencies that typically collaborate with our own UCF PD, where there are large events like sports, football, or like commemorations about like student safety and how we specifically collaborate with the police department. A few appointments tonight. I'll hereby appoint Dylan Morozov to the College of Business Administration Seat 3 and Evan Grosso to College of Sciences Seat 8. Thank you, and everyone stay warm this weekend.
Any questions? Gumrov.
Yeah, so I had a student ask me, are you aware if a student cannot make the pickup dates for tickets, if they can go to separate campuses and pick it up for Universal Nights?
for Director of Student Affairs Benitez, they can. I believe the strategy there was to not advertise them specifically on the UCF SG Instagram, because then lots of main campus students will then go to Rosen or Lake Nona or downtown campuses and then kind of take away those tickets from those students on those campuses. So that's why I'm trying to keep that on the hush.
Laza.
One other point of clarification for that. There's also the lottery if they don't get it, and a lot of my friends have had like really good chances of lottery. So if they can't make it to any of the distribution dates, they can always do that. And then another question about that I've gotten for Universal Nights. A lot of students want to know why it's in February instead of the traditional April. Is there any reason why?
Yeah, so I think I kind of mentioned that before. It was actually the contract was signed, I believe, last April. So it was even before Brawley and I were sworn in. Shane talked to us about it before him and I guess Yandi from the university's attorney actually has to sign it. But the original date that would have been the Sunday before finals, which is typically what it is, was not available. I forgot for what reason why. So then the previous 4 weeks before that, or 4 or 6 weeks, were all blocked off by Universal for spring breaks from people up north coming down south. The original date they were going to give us was, I think, February 8th, which was 1, too early, and 2, Super Bowl Sunday. So then we pushed it back a little bit to February 23rd. It was really just the only realistic possible date that would actually kind of work well with the calendar.
Benwick.
I know that they said that we can buy guest tickets. Do we know how much they are yet?
They're $60 and you can buy them in the ticket center on the first floor.
Varela.
Do we know if the earlier dates from Universal Night is going to make a precedent going forward, or is it just kind of a this year special occasion thing?
Hopefully it's just this year. I can't say because once again, the blockout dates that they gave us, or the blackout dates as they call them, was mainly based off of spring breaks. So if schools up north have different spring breaks this year, that's really why it was so early.
Rodriguez.
When can you start buying the guest tickets? When can you start?
I'm not sure. I would definitely ask Jarib in that scenario. I assume after all the tickets have been distributed, though, possibly the free ones.
Escobar.
I know online students aren't able to get tickets, but how are we verifying that they're on campus or online?
Through the lottery system, they were able to get tickets. Is that how they're getting tickets? I would assume that's how they're getting tickets, is through the lottery system. If they have a UCF PID number, then of course, if they come on campus and buy one from the guest center or the ticket center or are in the distribution line, then we can't. Can you repeat that?
So on the SG post, it says that online, because they don't pay the activity and service fee, they're not eligible for tickets. But how are we verifying that they're online or not?
Maybe Vice President Brawley will be able to answer that question.
Through their PID. So when you swipe, it'll show up. If you
Varela.
I know I've asked this question the last couple of weeks, but I'm gonna ask it again. Has there been any progress on the student input about the football ticket system?
So I asked White about that earlier this week. There is a survey out. I don't remember receiving it myself, but they did send out a survey, and according to White, they got a good amount of responses. So I'm not sure how many that is, but we can look to get that data too as well.
Go ahead.
So is the survey on the athletics side, they send it out, or we send it out, student government sends it out?
I'm assuming athletics sent it out. We could send out our own survey, but the ability to get as many responses may not be as high, just because a student who's maybe they see something from athletics versus something from student government, they're probably gonna answer the email from athletics more than likely not.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none, thank you. All right, announcements from the student body vice president, Vice President Brawley. Connolly.
Present and voting.
Senator Connolly present and voting, so noted at 7:13 p.m.
all right. So no. All right. Good evening. Is it on? Good evening. Now it's on. Good evening, Senate. I wanted to start by thanking Chair Johnson for allowing me to speak to the Disability Caucus on the golf cart transportation for ADA Students Initiative. I was able to offer my plans for the service as well as some insights that I had received from Director Meyer over at SAS. The conversation from the caucus meeting will prove very beneficial to me. Additionally, today I was able to spend some time over in Milliken Hall floating this initiative as well as the initiative to add emergency response information to syllabi. I look forward to continuing these initiatives Monday with the Director of Emergency Operations Management, their team, and the Faculty Senate. After complications with Walmart regarding where our shuttles could park, we are pivoting to a shuttle service which will release in its pilot program in February. I'm going to keep where it's going a surprise, but it has been in high demand from the student body for quite some time. As the student union has been approved through CITF funds for renovations, a student union master plan is in the very, very early stages of drafting. The architects and all involved are dedicated to ensuring the student body are polled for their input, as this will mainly be cosmetics and modernization. Any major construction projects will be few. Next week, ASBE will be hosted on Wednesday, and the Diversity and Inclusion Coordinator and I are meeting with a Ginsburg Fellow on Friday to talk about the Interfaith Council. Have a great weekend.
Any questions? All right, seeing none. Oh, is there one? Gumroff.
So for those renovations, are they looking into it for a year from now, 2 years from now? When are they looking into the student union renovations?
I'm not sure about the timeline, but in my advocacy for it, I'm pushing for once the fourth floor is the library is done. But seeing that we're just now starting to compile a master plan, I think it's going to be some time.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none, thank you. All right, Comptroller's report, Comptroller Simillo.
All right. Hello, everybody. So I met with Election Commission today. Well, mostly just Luke, but I went over some budget stuff and we went over everyone's responses from last week. So thank you to those who filled it out. Also, I love you, Brody. Thank you for everything you do. Also, yay, I'm the new vice chair of Disability Caucus again. Don't know how we got here, but yay! Also, finance office will be meeting again soon. So if you're a part of that committee, please look on Teams. I will be sending out a when to meet after my announcement. And money-wise, FAO's balance is at $49,360.64 with a reversion of 0.33%. And CRT is at 66,412.86 with a reversion of 0.68%.
Are there any questions? All right, Colazo.
Hi. Do you have any update on your K9 initiative?
Yes. So Sophia and I are actually meeting this week. We will be meeting tomorrow. So once we meet, we're gonna talk about it a little bit. She then has another meeting with UCFPD to talk a little bit more about Campus Safety Week, but she just wants to get my input on kind of what we expect that event to kind of look like. So once I get a little bit more details on that, since we're kind of just waiting for UCFPD's word, I will be making an announcement.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none, thank you. Benesh.
Present and voting.
Senator Benesh, present and voting, so noted at 7:18 p.m. All right, Attorney General's report, AG Polera.
All right. Good evening, Senate. This week, I helped our athletics coordinator with our Healthy Night Expo, and then I also helped our GAC with the event that she's hosting in the coming. Sorry, I can't find my notes. I also helped our GAC with an upcoming event that she's going to be speaking about right after me.
Any questions, Colazo?
Have you taken up any impartial advising or judicial advising cases this semester or no? How about last semester?
Last semester, I was able to not like alone. I was doing it with other justices. I was able to sit with them.
Thank you.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none, thank you. Waterberg.
Present voting.
Senator Waterberg, present and voting, so noted at 7:19 p.m. All right, Cabinet Forum, GAC Polera.
Okay, hey Senate. So my first event of the semester is less than a month away. I'm going to be hosting a political and legal info fair. It's going to be Thursday, February 13th from 12 to 2 in the Cape Florida Ballroom. So this is going to be a chance for students to learn about political and legal RSOs, internship opportunities, majors, grad school, and different resources on and around campus. And there's also going to be an SG table, so feel free to come show support and learn about ways to get involved.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you. All right, Director of Communications, Balak. Any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you. All right, announcements from the Chief Justice given by Internal Assistant Chief Justice Pizzera.
Hello, Senate. So I'm going to be giving Daniel's announcements today. So he starts with good evening, Senate. The judicial branch had a very successful and efficient retreat this past Saturday when the justices discussed their progress and future goals for their initiatives, as well as reviewed past precedent. Lounging with the lawyers will be hosted by the Judicial Outreach Committee on February 5th at 7 p.m. in the Charge On Chamber. The event will feature 5 panelists from various legal specialties who will share their journeys to becoming attorneys and answer student questions. And lastly, JLCers had a great meeting getting to know the justices better and are now in the process of being matched to their mentors.
Any questions? Varela Colazo.
Do you know which legal disciplines each of the 5 panelists are going to be in?
Yes, so there's going to be an Instagram post coming out in about a week where there's going to be an introductory page to every single one of the panelists, so that will come out soon.
Colazo.
Did JLC host their mentor-mentee mingle social?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Did JLC host their social for justices to meet with JLCers?
So we had a mixer about 2 weeks ago where the JLCers kind of had the opportunity to get to know the justices better, but it wasn't kind of advertised as a mentor-mentee thing. It was just a mixer.
Go ahead.
And where was it hosted?
One of the justices hosted it at their apartment.
And why wasn't it hosted here within the student union?
I'm sorry, I can't provide an answer to that right now, but I'm sure if you reached out to the Chief Justice, he could brief you about that.
Go ahead.
Are you and external assistant Chief Justice Coffey not responsible for JLC and its operations?
We are, but it was kind of posted as a JEC event or Judicial Experience Committee.
Thank you.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none, thank you. All right, announcements from the Supervisor of Elections, Supervisor Brown.
Hi, Senate. I hope you're doing well tonight. So personally, EC has had multiple info sessions, and we have many more scheduled, so I hope to see a lot more of you at them. Along with this, we had a small orientation for our newest member of the Election Commission, Commissioner Vitarelli. I have no new information aside from that, but I wanted to cover how petition signatures work and how supporting a ticket works. Currently, students are allowed to request anyone to sign the petition in order to become a presidential candidate. However, they are not allowed to state they are actively a candidate. They are also only allowed to request this via, sorry, I have to read off the script, otherwise I will mess up today, via something similar to word of mouth advertising. Basically, they can ask in person or via social media and electronic platforms. They also can repost links on their personal Instagram story and attend RSO meetings to ask for signatures, as long as they are clear that they are not actively candidates. They cannot, however, create a new Instagram, create a permanent post, or spread full campaign materials, or claim they are actively a candidate. Also, I want to be clear, as a student government agent, you can support another ticket. However, you cannot do so whilst in your student government role, as in, like, you can't announce in Senate you actively are supporting a candidate. However, you can individually on your own time.
Any questions? Corelli.
What is the deadline to apply for re-election?
The deadline is February 14th. We will start reviewing them February 10th.
Varela.
Just more clarification, like the support of a candidate thing. So it's fine if we like repost on our Instagram accounts, like we supporting a candidate. Is that okay?
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Announcements from the Activity and Service Fee Committee, Chair Kringle.
Howdy, y'all. So tomorrow we're meeting at 12:30 virtually to discuss the proviso language for the upcoming budget bill. For everyone here in Senate, as a reminder, the special session will be on February 6th. At 7 p.m., we'll be kind of just starting to, we're going to reserve that time to explain to you guys how the budget bill works and basically how the meeting will work. And yeah, just make sure you show up on time.
Any questions? Varela.
Wait, just a question about like some like the functioning. So if we see the whole budget that meeting, will that mean like what will happen to like the normal business, like the fiscal bills and the internal bills that would normally be seen during that meeting? If either question for Speaker Pullman or Chair Kringle.
To my knowledge, for that, they could have either another special session called if we do need to do business that week, but it'd probably get postponed to the next, to my knowledge.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none, thank you. Announcements from the Scholarship Committee Chair, none. Caucus reports, APIA, Caucus, Chair Lim. Vice Chair Chauhan.
Hi, Senate. I'll be giving the APIA report on behalf of Chair Lim. She says, good evening, Senate. I hope you had a great MLK weekend. We have our next upcoming meeting on Tuesday from 3 to 4, where we'll be working on designing pamphlets to hand out for the Meet the Caucus event on February 10th. Thank you, everyone.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, Black Caucus, Chair Metellus.
Hi everyone. I hope you all have had a good week so far. The restaurants have been finalized for Local Restaurant Row during the month of February to support Black History Month. Each of these restaurants will be located in Night Stop, with the week of February 2nd being B Girls Catering, week of February 9th, The Crooked Boot, week of February 16th, Plates on Deck, and the week of February 23rd, Miss Grace's Kettle. Food Truck Fridays details are soon to be finalized and will be announced soon. Chair Benesh is also currently working on the Black History Month proclamation, and that will also be done soon. Black Caucus will meet with Latin Hispanic Caucus tomorrow morning to discuss details on a combined Afro-Latino event. That's all. Thanks, guys.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, Disability Caucus, Chair Johnson.
Hi guys, I didn't mention this in the agenda, but thank you to the Vice President for coming to our meeting and just kind of going over his initiative. It made me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. Anyway, we had our first meeting last week and we got some great work done. As of now, I don't know if I said this last week, but our concern form is no longer. So now all of the concerns, if people want to submit them electronically, just need to go through the SBA concern form. We also want to ask the Senate's help and everybody kind of in student government on this initiative for Disability Caucus. So we want to start identifying places on campus that are physically inaccessible, so like broken sidewalks, if the elevators are slow or not working, if the wheelchair accessible doors are not opening, and if like specifically in the stalls of the big bathrooms, if there are like no hooks. I'm asking that you guys take pictures of them and just send them to me either to the SG Disability Caucus email or through Teams, and just let me know where you saw them. We are going to be partnering with the maintenance team and with Shane to get someone to fix those. So just please help us do our part. Thank you.
Any questions, Varela?
Yeah, just like a comment on like a place that could be fixed right now. As of last week, I remember the elevator in garage H was broken. I'm not sure if it got fixed already, but yeah, it was broken and that kind of sucked. So
Any further questions? All right, seeing none. Latin Hispanic Caucus, Chair Escobar.
Good evening, everybody. I would first like to thank the Latin Hispanic Caucus for electing me as their new chair. I greatly appreciate it and plan on taking the role seriously. Last week, the caucus met on Friday, held chair elections, and discussed our initiatives for the semester. These initiatives include the Afro-Latino Leadership Panel in collaboration with the Black Caucus, a display of Latin Hispanic authors at the UCF Library, and proclamations for this semester. The caucus meetings will be weekly, and we will be meeting again tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. if anyone wishes to join or pop in to share ideas. And thank you again for this position, and feel free to reach out to me for anything. Thank you.
Any questions? Johnson.
Congratulations.
Green.
Do you have like any specific initiatives that that the caucus is willing to undertake?
Yes. So aside from these, we're working on more outreach to our Latin Hispanic RSOs. Also, this week there was a newly formed Hispanic Student Association. If y'all want to check that out, they contacted me and they like literally just started this week. And we're also working on doing taking up the salsa night, and also working on a survey for Latin Hispanic students to come to us with any concerns.
Thank you.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none. LGBTQ plus caucus, Chair Nash.
Hi guys, not much from me. We're meeting Tuesday at 9 a.m. Sorry. And I'm currently looking to collab with Color Me Queer and the Multicultural Student Council on a Valentine's event. That's all.
Any questions? All right, seeing none. Military and Veterans Caucus, Chair Colazo.
Hi, everyone. So the SG Caucus Atrium takeover will be February 10th from 12 to 3 p.m. Caucus chairs are aware of this, so show up and show out, I guess. Also, I guess while I have the floor, I guess. Pro Temp Morissette has selected me to fill the T-like position. So there is going to be a transition within ENA leadership. So if I am confirmed tonight, ENA has no leadership. So hopefully during our internal committee caucus time, we can elect a new ENA chair, and that'll be, of course, announced tonight. And of course, if anyone is interested in any of the leadership positions I hold, definitely go for them. I love them, so maybe you guys will like them too. But yeah, that's it.
Any questions? Banesh. Okay. All right. Seeing none, Women's Caucus, Chair Lazo.
Good night, everybody. The Women's Health Fair was a success. I'm really proud of all the work that the caucus has done to pull it off. Very proud of all the people that helped out. Thank you to everybody who was basically conveyor belting those little goodie bags. That came in so much clutch. I'm also really thankful for all the RSOs and like service providers that we had that came out. Hopefully we have a much more educated student populace when it comes to women's health, especially sorry, somebody's texting me a lot. When it comes to women's health, especially as National Cervical Cancer Awareness Month comes to a close. So I'm really proud of everybody. I'm really proud of the work we do. Again, our meetings are bi-weekly on Thursdays at 12 p.m. Our next meeting is going to be on the 30th. So come out if you can.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, Arab Ad Hoc Caucus, Chair Alcuda.
Good evening, Senate. Beginning this week, we started to meet bi-weekly every Tuesday at 12:30. Otherwise, nothing really new for me.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, Sustainability Ad Hoc Caucus, none. Intercampus and Transfer Ad Hoc Caucus, Chair Varela.
Sorry. Hi, Senate. Not a ton for me today. Just letting y'all know that we have a date locked in for the Student Early Exploration Fair, which is basically an event that allows students who intend to transfer to UCF to kind of get like a day at UCF to kind of figure out how it's like, kind of the day-to-day life. And there will be kind of a tabling expo that we will be tabling at during lunchtime, so 12:30 to 1:30 on March 7th. So if you want to help out, please clear your calendars. Also, we will be looking to fill 3 ex officio seats this semester to properly represent the wide range of communities that we serve at ICTC. So that's super exciting. And also, I spoke last week about the Rose and TED Talk stage that they just, built. I know a lot of y'all were pretty curious about that. So if you're still curious, I posted an article explaining what that is and what it looks like in our Senate Teams chat. So please take a look to satiate your curiosity. Thank you.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, announcements from the Senate President. All right, hey everyone. I have a few things today. First off, Pro Temp Morissette and I had the opportunity to meet with UF Senate leadership, just comparing and contrasting our structures. Obviously, they have the party system and we just go by college. Probably main difference, funding procedures, things like that. It's just always fun to learn and see how we do things differently and how we might compare and contrast. If anyone has any specific questions about that, feel free to ask. And then for shadowing and transition binders, we kind of are getting into that time of the session. So if anyone has any position they know they want to run for, Senate President Pro Tempore, any chair position, now is the time to start shadowing and getting on that. So if anyone wants to shadow me, please feel free. That would be fun. But yeah, now is the time to jump on that so you can start figuring out what position you might want to run for. If you want to run for a position next semester, or if you want to run for Senate in general. If you don't, that's also totally fine. But if you know there's a leadership position that you might be interested in, now is the time to jump on that. And then for transition binders, I talked about this in Senate Exec, but I guess this would be useful also for caucus chairs and things like that. Now is also probably the time you can start writing stuff down for transition binders, things like that. We were talking about doing physical ones as well as virtual ones in the past. In last session, we only did virtual, but I was thinking, and I was talking with Aile Alcuda, that physical ones might be helpful as well. But it's up to you guys, but I think I am going to encourage both, and I can provide the materials for that as well. But yeah, something to start thinking about. And if you need any help, we're going to work on a template for that. So yes, just a couple things to start thinking about as we transition and kind of near the end, about 3 more months, but it goes by fast. All right, office etiquette. As always, keep the table clean, please. Pick up your trash, things like that, as well as keep conversations appropriate in the workspace. Again, this is a professional space, so let's just make sure everyone is comfortable in that space. And we're just not making little jokes or jabs, things like that. It's just still a professional workspace. For caucus updates, just did want to put it out there that we are still here as the branch heads. I think I can speak for all of us. We're still here in support roles. We know that there's some legislation being tossed around. So in that case, it's hard to kind of give an opinion either which way, at least for me specifically. But just so you know, we're still here in these support roles. I did email all the caucuses to schedule meetings just to see how I can support you, also taking suggestions and things like that. But yeah, we're still here, support roles, and then whichever way the legislation goes for how they're going to be defined in the statutes is then how we'll move in those support roles. But just as for right now, we're just operating as we have been. So yeah, we're still here. And then again, for those caucuses, I did email you, so email me back when you get the chance, and then we can talk more specifically about how I can help you out. All right, and then we got the chance to sit down with Supervisor Brown about an EC office space. President Lister, Vice President Brawley, and I, and Pro Temp Morissette all agreed on the space with like the little computer deck, if everyone knows what I'm talking about, with like the legislative branch sign, the little computer kind of like little half circle square there. That will be their space. And then for any confidential conversation, they can move into the conference room. This is a temporary thing for this semester. We will be pushing in the future for more of a permanent space. However, that may come through student union planning and things like that. But for now, for this year, that is what we have all agreed on. So are there any objections? All right, seeing none, it passes through Senate. Okay, and of course the anonymous Dropbox here as always, so feel free to take advantage. I'm looking through them pretty often, so that's always there. And then for resignations, Aiden, DeCara. And are there any questions for myself, Benwick?
So I'm a little unfamiliar with UF student government. When you mean party system, do you mean like complete like political party system, or how are they running their student government there with that?
Yeah, honestly, I'm a little, it's like they have parties with like, so there's like on-campus housing, off-campus housing, so like dorms, things like that. I think the parties are Gator and what else? Change and Vision. And yes, so that's, so there's like districts, so they like party system, and then it's like by location, off-campus, on-campus, like dorms. Yeah, very interesting.
That's very innovative. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any further questions, Hamid?
For EC using the conference room, will that impact committees meeting there?
No, they'll. We talked about this with Supervisor Brown. It'll just, whenever it's open, they have first priority. Patel.
President voting.
Senator Patel, President voting, so noted at 7:43 p.m. Varela.
So I know you said that kind of more permanent solution is kind of being handed off to like next year to figure out. How will student government leadership ensure that that idea is being carried over through transition rather than just being forgotten about like in this session?
Yeah, so I mean, it's going to be written in those transition binders, but also we are going through the student union master planning soon, so we'll talk about that. And then, I know there's senators in this room who are listening and will probably run for leadership. Can't say who the next leadership will be, but Yeah, that's how we'll do it. All right. Any further questions? All right. Seeing none. Internal Legislative Assistant Report, Ayala Alcuda.
Hello again, Senate. I sent out a bunch of information in the Teams channel on updates and additional information on the Mentor Social. I'm going to give you just like the brief rundown right now, but I do urge you to go ahead and read the Teams message just for like those more specific details. So for the mentorship interest form, just try to have those responses to me by the end of the day tomorrow, finalizing that, and just need to know like how many people to expect at the social. And that the mentor social will be next week, Thursday at 6 p.m. So right before Senate, in the charge on chambers before this meeting. And it's going to take place instead of Senate exec that day. So we won't be meeting in Senate exec that day. So yeah, if you filled out the interest form, I do expect you to be present at the social just so that you can, bond with your prospective future mentees, unless you've indicated me that you're unavailable. So yeah, please check the Teams channel announcement. I go into a little bit more detail there. And as always, if you have any specific questions or you need anything, just let me know.
Any questions? Any questions about the Mentor Social? How that's going to work? Pretty straightforward. Okay. Seeing none. External Legislative Assistant Report, Ela Richmond.
The meetings are starting up, and if they haven't been scheduled, they will be scheduled ASAP. And also take care of yourself. Last week, I went to my best friend's 21st birthday, then went to Alabama after Senate. I think it's just so important. You are a senator, but you're also a person. You have friends, and you have mock trials. So live your life.
Any questions for Ela Richmond? All right. Seeing none. Senate President Pro Tempore report. Pro Temp Morset.
Hello, everyone. There is a lot of caucus time today, so use that to read legislation if you didn't prepare beforehand. I've been tackling on more DLEG responsibilities since the DLEG has been absent. Kudos to Chair Kaufman and Brody for helping me because I had to write like 8 this week, and that was not fun. I also hereby appoint Andrew Colazzo to the position of Deputy Pro Tempore of Legislative Affairs, and that's all from me.
Any questions? All right. Seeing none. Deputy Pro Tempore of Legislative Affairs report, none. Deputy Pro Tempore of Senate Relations report, Ducer Lazo.
Just congratulations to our hopefully new DLEG. I can't really do like 4 committees, guys, please. So this is a very stressful position. Let's see how it goes. As a reminder, we have our game night on January 31st, starting at 5 p.m. here in the office. I don't know what I put here. That form, let me explain this because it might sound really complicated. So this form is going to be we're going to be doing a Kahoot, and it's going to be like fun facts, almost like a guess who. So you're going to put a fun fact about yourself, and we're going to play and guess who we think it is in the student government. If you have any questions, that might be really complicated. When I tried playing this with my lead kids, they kind of got a little confused, but those are freshmen, so let's hope that you guys get it. Ask me any questions if you don't. We did have a soccer game this week, but I'd rather forfeit than we have one of our players get like really injured in the cold. So that happened. And then I'm going to be signing us up for spring games soon. If you are interested in signing up, I do have that interest form on last week's meeting minutes.
Any questions? All right. Seeing none. Is there a motion to move to fiscal committee caucus time? Any objections? All right, seeing none, fiscal committee caucus time, CRT has 30 minutes. I recess this meeting at 7:47. We will reconvene at 7:17.
Yes.
Or 7:17, right? Okay. 8:17. All right.
are you gonna do it?
No, it's okay. I got this. All right. I hereby call this meeting to order at 7:49 p.m. Wait, who wants to do minutes?
I'm trying to access the doc. It won't load.
Are you gonna do minutes?
It won't load. It's not loading. I reloaded.
Can you
it
yell at it to load faster?
I reloaded it like 3 times. Try again. I think just the Wi-Fi here. And then
True, it is UCF.
okay.
It is Garbo.
Agenda.
Do.
Yeah, it hates me today. Well, sorry.
Can anyone
It's
else
like- looks like
impromptu
I
do
can't.
minutes?
I've reloaded it 4 times, guys. It keeps loading.
Who wants to do minutes?
Can I take minutes?
Can you please?
Can you send me the agenda?
Are you gonna be our pro temp representative?
I want to, but it's not loading. How am I even gonna vote if I can't see anything?
Oh.
Do you want to do it? I want to see
Ooh.
if it'll load it. How am I supposed to vote if I can't see it?
That's a good point, actually. No, we're fine. We're fine. We're just sitting.
Maybe the link you sent me
ordered.
is defective. Never mind. It just
Isn't-
opens.
Roll call and verification of quorum.
Whatever. You're just
Senator Gumarov. Well, you're ready. You're ready. You have it open.
fine. Okay, then I can't join my I can't join my caucus time. So get down to business.
Well,
When do we
interesting.
order? Well, I have to do it.
7:49.
Thank you. You call roll call and verification.
Mhm.
Okay. Chair Carringle.
Present.
Present. Vice Chair Shen is excused.
Mhm.
Excused.
It's cheating on us. Lunar New Year.
Present. Senator Weiderberg. Present. Senator Lippner. Absent or excused.
Um,
You want everyone to be excused?
Absent. He was here.
Okay. Absent. Senator Ravi. Present. Senator Thoss.
Absent.
Absent. Senator Trejo Hernandez. Present. Senator Court.
Excused.
Excused. ORS rep. Present. I was like, what is this? I forgot.
Wow.
President rep.
Excused.
Yeah, I guess.
We'll give him that one. They don't really care for count for attendance, but
It's 5, 6. 6 out of 9. Court was verified.
cool. All right. Is there a motion to approve last meeting's minutes? Any objections? Seeing none, that's approved by general consent. Oh, wait, why am I doing this? And approval of the agenda for today. Take a look at today's agenda. And is there a motion to approve today's agenda? Any objections? Cool. All right. That stands approved as well. So now it's for me. Hey, guys. So the Monday off of this week kind of messed everything up. So this meeting, we're going to go through the rest of the committee represented allocations and one bill from the PPI we did on last week, the 31st, or sorry, the 13th. And we're going to fix some total approved costs as well. Some of them are zeros, zero outs from over break from people who didn't use it. Some of them are adjusting to the new Title 8 rules. But basically, everything we're doing, they've are already aware of everything and they've asked for it. So also a new development as of today, we'll also be reviewing some of the previous SIOP allocations, the Society of Industrial and Organizational Psychologists. I think they have a conference. We're going to kind of go over our rules for the 20 maximum per conference, as some of them are a little wonky. And then as a reminder as well for everyone in the committee, please feel free to come to me with any criticism, changes, concerns, or comments that you guys have. If you don't feel comfortable approaching me, you can go to Shen, Brody, Allison, any of the other leadership, and they can communicate it to me. So any questions for that? Cool. Seeing none. That's from the vice chair. None. That's from committee members. None. That's from non-committee members. None. All right, cool. Old business. Is there a motion for 5 minutes features, 5 minute questioning, 5 minute debate? Any objections? Cool. All right. Starting off, these first two I have not gotten any response from. So is there a motion to PPI allocation 56405 and 406? Any objections? Seeing none, those are PPI'd. Next up, 56410, Baptist College Ministries. So they have 2 financially trained RSOs very ecstatically. They do understand the post-funding process. There are no international students attending. They're going from the 21st to the 23rd, so they are still in timeline. They're requesting about $50 per student just for registration, so about $750 in total. It's going to be their Florida Baptist Convention happening in the area. Their total registration is $90, but the other $40, they're paying for that $40, and that covers their lodging and food expenses for that trip. So we're only paying for the $50, just pure registration. There's no conflict with funding for later in the area. They're going to fundraise for anything that they can't afford, and they haven't purchased anything yet. Any questions for this one? Katrina?
Explain the $90 registration again.
Yeah, so it's $9 total. It's $50 and a $40 add-on. What they're requesting is just the $50. The $40 they're going to cover themselves. So $50 is just for registration in the event. The other $40 they're covering, and that's for lodging and food. So I clarified with them via email. They only want $50 for each of the 19 members, which is $750. Any other questions? It's mainly just kind of just furthering the mission of their RSO is kind of the requirement for that. I guess with this, they'll be kind of networking with other students in the area. They'll be learning a little bit more about the Baptist religion and just kind of learning more about like the Florida, like again, just networking with the Florida chapters of those. Trina?
Motion to debate.
Been a motion to debate. Any objections? Seeing now we're now in debate. Debate.
Weinberg.
Everything looks good. Yeah. Voting in favor.
Cool. There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing now we're now in voting procedures. All those for, all those against, and all abstaining. Vote count of 5 to 0 to 1 has been approved. Next up, 56-420. It's Christina Carasis. I don't know. But basically, they're going to the SIOP 2025 conference in Denver from the 2nd to the 6th. They are graduate master's students, and they will be, I think, presenting. Yeah, they are. They will be doing observational research. They're a graduate assistant as well. They're currently learning from that role and also a lot of research roles within the university. They want to go to this conference to network with other students and observe the panels and other research done by other members to bring back for their own research and personal purposes. Right now, the conference is $189 for registration. That registration date is like mid-February. So for all the SIOP conferences, $189 is going to be the registration. Denver's pretty expensive for lodging, which makes sense, about $1,000 for them. But they are also staying in joint lodging with 3 other people. I can look really fast in my email. I think, get a list of people who are staying together in a room, so we can negate their lodging if we want to, but also they're looking for airfare as well. But basically, they get $500 from SG. They are fancy trained. They understand the voting process. Not an international student. And yeah, any questions for this one? I'm going to be straight up for now and basically just saying, I think we should only cover registration and airfare because their lodging is a little questionable with who they're staying with, as a lot of UCF students are going. So it begs a question of divided lodging. We can still approve it because, if anything, the accountants will just say no and they'll just buy the airfare and registration. But we can also restrict that if we feel the need to. But that's up to you guys if you want to actually restrict it or not. Any questions about this allocation?
Motion to debate.
There's been a motion to debate. Any objections? Seeing now we're now in debate. Debate. Katrina.
Yeah, so we can only give them 500 anyways, and so they're like, we're not gonna be able to pay for all the lodging regardless. So I'm personally okay with taking it off, but it's up to you as a committee. But I'm gonna go ahead and ask that we take it off.
Okay. Anyone else debate?
Yeah, that sounds all right.
I would just kind of say, what do you think?
Sorry, the registration in Africa comes about like 9-ish.
Cool. Is there a motion to zero out the lodging cost?
So moved.
Any objections to that? All right, cool. They're still requesting 543 and they are approved at 500.
They're requesting.
They're requesting over 500
Okay.
and they get 500. So cool. There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing now we're not voting procedures. All those for, all those against, all those abstaining, 5 to 0 to 1 approved. Next. 56-421. See, this is on here, but I think we also did see them as a block last meeting.
Yes.
But we can quickly go through it. They're financially trained. They have completed the voting process, the 2nd to the 6th, as of everyone else. Okay, on the last meeting's minutes, they weren't marked as approved and voted or voted on in a block in the minutes, and we didn't touch them in the tracker. So I'm just gonna quickly just like revote on it so that we have confirmation. Yeah.
It's the same. It's the same conference.
Yeah. They're financially trained. They are not international student. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And they're just requesting the same as basically everyone else. Anyone have any questions? Katrina.
How many people are going to this conference right now?
As of right now, we have 18 total. A good amount of them are for research, but also a good amount are also for observational research, which we will chat about after seeing all these.
Motion to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Any objections?
Or debate, sorry.
There's been a motion to go to debate. You're so right. Any objections? Seeing now we're now debate.
That's great. Excited for that. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing now we're now going to procedures. All those for? All those against? All those abstaining? 5-0-1. Also approved. I'm sorry. I'm like,
I know you're yapping. Hold on, bro.
I had a Red Bull and it's
kicking. I can tell.
Okay, so 56-428, Carolyn. They're currently a graduate student. They're also, so this is going to the Functional Voice Swallow Airway Conference. We saw them a little bit ago, but there's 2 new ones now, which I didn't know that this was such a popular conference. It's gonna be about $400 for registration. They are not going to graduate anytime soon. Anything over, they're going to self-pay. No conflicts with funding. They'll still attend if we don't fund it 100%, which is a new question now we're asking, and it's working great. And nothing's been purchased yet. Any questions for this conference? They're just attending. Sorry, my brain had to process that question for some reason. Yeah, they're just attending. Yeah.
Was this the conference where they said they had to attend at least once before
Yes.
they could? Okay.
Any other questions?
Debate.
There's been a motion to debate. Any objections? Seeing no one on debate. Edinburgh.
This looks really, really cool. I think that this sounds like a very unique conference and opportunity. I think it's cool that they're a speech language pathology masters. So I'll be voting in favor. Motion.
There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing now voting procedures. All those for? All those against? And all those abstaining. Vote count of 5-0-1. Approved. Next up, same conference. 429. Nadia. They're a graduate student. They're not an international student. They're going to attend the same conference, same hotel. They're leaving 27th, returning on the 2nd. They're just going to drive, and we're not paying for gas. Registration is $400. Not requiring lodging. They're not graduating anytime soon. If they can't afford it, they're going to pay out of pocket. Oops. There's no conflict with funding, and nothing's been purchased yet. Questions? There's been a motion to debate. Any objections? Seeing no one on debate. There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing no one on voting procedures. All those for? All those against? And all those abstaining. Vote count of 5-0-1. Also approved. Oh, great. Your fingers are on fire.
I'm like, whenever you go, what's it called? When you're like selling horses. Bring it over here.
Like an auctioneer?
Yeah, that's what you sound like.
Basically, I'm about to sound like that too when we do the, the minutes. 432, Allison. Let's see here. So they currently are a graduate student. They're in
Italy. You're a medical student.
Not international. Oh yeah, nice. They're gonna be in Venice. They're leaving on the 2nd, returning on the 8th. That's fine with their current flight plan. That's approved. They're looking for hotel costs and the flight costs. It's going to be about $2,000 for their hotel stay. So they're easily covered that $1,000. They're not graduating anytime soon. They're going to use personal funds. If we can't find 100%, they're still going to go. They've already paid for the flight. So we're also going to zero out their lodging or travel costs. Sorry, I meant to do that earlier, but got away from me. Yeah. Any questions? Katrina.
What is the total approved cost for international travel like this usually?
$1,000.
Okay.
So international outside of the Canada and Mexico does $500, and so they're doing research, another $500. Technically, they're also graduates, so it'd be an extra $200, but they can only get $1,000 every year. So, any other questions?
Motion to debate.
It's a motion to debate. Any objections? Seeing no one on debate.
Sounds great. Venice, Italy.
Cool. There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing no one on procedures. All those for? All against, all abstaining, 501 approved. Cool. 435, Xavier. They have completed financial training. They are not familiar with they are familiar with the post-funding process. They are not an international student, leaving on the 15th, coming out the 21st of May. Lodging is going to be about $950, $1,000 for all their time. They're not planning on graduating soon. They will cover personal funds if we can't cover 100%. Their registration costs are already being covered as they are volunteering at the conference. Yeah. Any other questions? Katrina.
Have you checked hotels? Is St. Petersburg usually that expensive?
Yeah, 158 per night. That's pretty St. Pete.
Old people's like.
It's not. St. Pete's young and hip. Like,
That's what old people would say.
all right, all right.
Bro, it's a 30-minute car ride. You just have to go up the Skyway from me.
Yeah.
That's scary.
Wait, where are you from?
I'm from Bradenton.
Oh, I'm from Seminole, actually. It's like St. Petersburg, Clearwater area.
Emotional debate.
This is an emotion. We need to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing now we're now in debate. Any debate?
Looks good.
Guys,
In favor. Let's move on. Let's go. Yeah.
All right. There's a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing now we're now in voting procedures. All those for, all those against, and all those abstaining with a vote count of 5-0-1. This has been approved. Next up, Samantha, 441. They have completed financial training. They understand the post-funding process. They are not an international student. They are crediting the March 5th, March 8th. Lodging is going to be in DC, which is kind of a crazy rate for about $1,100. Their flight's pretty normal, about 2:30. And yeah, not planning on graduating soon. If they can't fund it, they are going to use student loan money to help pay for the trip. Also, College of Medicine they've already looked at other scholarships and they haven't seen any. They'll still attend if we cannot fund at 100%. No conflict with funding that late, and nothing's been purchased yet. Any questions for Samantha's allocation?
Move the debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing now we're now in debate. Any debate? Katrina.
Looks great. Motion to vote.
There's a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing now we're now in voting procedures. All those for, all those against, all standing 5-0-1. This is approved. Next up, we have Christina. Wow. They have completed financial training. They are familiar with the post-funding process. They are not an international student. April 1st to 5th is the conference, is when they're flying out, I should say. Their conference rates are $189 for registration, of course. Lodging, they're looking at about $1,000, but they are also looking to divide it. So they are going to graduate in the summer, so they're fine there. Any students, any money we can't fund, they're going to go through the Department of Graduate Studies, and they will still go if we can't fund it 100%. No conflicts, and nothing's been purchased yet. As this one is also shared lodging, is there a motion to zero out their lodging cost? Any objections? Seeing none, they're still at 563 and they're approved at 700. Katrina.
How many people have gone to this conference approved so far?
So far approved, let's see. Technically, like, there's 18 on the agenda. Whether they're still in pending or they've been approved at this last meeting. So far, I don't know. I feel like count. That'd take a while. Yeah, so it's gonna be 20. We agreed on 20 at like non-research tier, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are these prices expected to change at all, like go down at all? Because they're right at like 80%.
Since they're a graduate student and they're presenting research, they get the 700. Honestly, it's Denver, so honestly the prices might increase. I'm willing to move them down at like 600 or 650 though, if we feel.
I mean, could we like move it down later, like if they tell us the price went down?
Yeah.
Before they hit the bid.
Yeah, be good.
Motion to debate.
There's been a motion to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Any debate on this? So a motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing no non-voting procedures, all those for, against, and abstaining. 5-0-1 approved. All right, 447, Anisha. Once again, it's an undergraduate student, not international, going to SIOP again. First of the 5th, registration is going to be 189. Hotel's going to be about 876. Flight's 403. They didn't state that they're going to be staying with anyone else. So,
I feel like that's a question we should be asking. Yeah, for sure.
yeah,
Carrying goal.
we can. It's stated in their training they can't, but
People don't read that. Let's be honest.
I know.
We could just approve it, and then if we smell something fishy, ORS got them. Fight them.
Is there a motion to debate?
We didn't get.
I'm sorry. We're now in questioning. Are there any questions? You're so right.
Motion of the debate.
Is there a motion in debate? Are there any objections? Seeing now, we're now in debate. Debate, do we want to, again, zero out their lodging, keep the same? Either way, they're approved at 500. They're requesting more than 500 for registration and travel. Up to y'all. Zero it out. Cool. There's been a motion to move to vote. Any objections? No, you're good. No objections. We're now in voting procedures. All those for? All those against? And all the standing with a count of 5-0-1. It's approved as well. And also, I think at this point, I'm going to go out and just email everyone with PSYOP because they have a group leader by the looks of it too. So I'll email everyone and make sure we clear up the divided lodging. We can always reintroduce it in a future meeting.
The next one we're looking at is the same exact one, but they requested a band for their lodging.
A band?
A band? 1,000.
1,000. I know. I just want to put emphasis on a band. 450, Daniela. They're also going to the same conference. Wow, what a shocker. 189, rooming is going to be, they submitted a price for room on their own, which is $275 a night, which a band.
Probably sharing if this one's like the one person, it's like 1,000.
Yeah. Any questions for this one? They're approved at 700. So, any questions?
Yeah.
This is number 18, technically. So, yeah, there's on the agenda right now in the tracker, there's 18. We're only looking at 18, like as of at the end of this meeting. But some of them are research presentations, so you have to go back and kind of talk, which we'll get there. We'll get there, trust me. Is there a motion to debate? Any objections? Seeing now we're now debate. Any debate? Is there a motion to vote? I like this debate. There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing now voting procedures. All those for? All those against? All abstaining? 5-0-1. Approved. A new one. All right. So we have trial team. They are going to the Mock Trial Association hosted by the Emory Law in Atlanta, Georgia. It's going to take place from the 22nd to the 23rd. They're leaving the 21st, coming back the 24th. There's going to be 7 members on the team. There's going to be 2 rooms for them to stay in. Their quotes say that they said it didn't change. So $600 for lodging and $2,000 for travel. Any questions?
You said 7 members?
7 members, yeah. Plane tickets about $300 each. Any other questions?
We'll debate.
There's a motion to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing now debate.
Looks good. We need a new catchphrase.
And you can spice it up, like some new verbs.
Yeah.
Looks
amazing.
Absolutely fantastic.
Jaw drop.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing now voting procedures. All is for, all is against, and all is standing 5-0-1 approved. Okay, cool. We're still going. All right, Rachel.
You didn't get through any of these during the last meeting?
No, because we had to leave because of quorum, and everyone's like, we don't want to do speeches now and then just voting. Everyone wanted to do caucus on Thursday, so we're doing caucus on Thursday. So they're going to the American Society of Addiction Medicine at Denver, Colorado, from the 25th to the 27th. They're asking for $195 for registration, $530 for lodging, and $471 for travel. They will not be graduating when the conference ends, so that's great. Anything that we can't fund, they'll be fundraising or asking for money or getting it from their working. They will still fund. They will still attend, though we can't fund 100%. There's no conflict with funding getting that late, and nothing's been purchased yet. Questions for this one?
Yeah.
Yes, they're presenting with their research.
Yeah, they have an abstract.
We debate.
There's a motion to debate. Any objections? Seeing no one on debate, debate.
Looks great. What about?
There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing no one procedures. All those for, against, abstaining, 5-0-1, approved. Julie Hall, 463. They are financially trained. They understand the post-voting process. They are an international student. Their the travel are the 8th, 13th of April. The registration is going to be 165 or 180 after the due date. It's going to be 1,005 for the hotel, and there's going to be driving, so there's no airfare. Early bird ends on March 4th, so we're not worrying about their early bird registration.
0 after travel.
1 second. Okay, weird. Yeah, any questions?
So are they traveling?
No, it looks like they're driving, so I guess we could zero it out, yeah. Actually, something's not right here. Because they're going to a conference called SEPA, and it's completely different dates than what's in the tracker. Give me one moment, you guys. Allison, what time are we reconvening? Oh.
Yeah, we're not. We're gonna need more. Yeah. There's like 2 more we have to see, and then like a quick discussion. Yes. So I would say another 10 minutes.
Sorry. Oh, that'd be faster than this.
We were going faster. Yeah, we were going.
We are going fast, but I guess there are just that many. Okay. Okay, word. All right, let's just move along. We'll skip that one for now, as it is in April. Is there just a motion to postpone this to the next meeting? Any objections? Seeing us postpone to the next meeting. Cool. All right. Moving along, we are on 464. Garrett Rainey. So they are traveling 2nd to the 6th, going to PSYOP, requesting 189, 500 for lodging. If they can't cover, they'll pay the rest out of pocket. They won't be graduating before the conference is over. Questions?
You said or lodging. They have 390 for travel in the tracker. So is that also the wrong person? Or?
What in the world is happening right now?
I'm just making sure that the numbers.
Yeah, it looks fine. Maybe they just didn't insert lodging on their Night Connect, which is why. But either way, they're approved at 500. They're lodging and travel.
Well, don't we have to put something in the lodging section for them to be able to use it for that?
Yes, but they're requesting. They're approved at 500, and they're requesting 600 without lodging. It's the same with the other ones. Like 500 is pretty low for lodging in that area. Yeah, we can probably just skip over it. If we need to, we can go back next meeting. Because again, we're just going to reach out to everyone to make sure. Questions for this one? So the motion to debate. Any objections? Seeing no one on debate, debate. Is there a motion to vote? Are there any objections? Seeing now language procedures, all those for, all those against, abstaining, 5-0-1, 464 is approved. All right, and last one for allocation, Jessica. Same conference. I'm sorry, not same conference. This is the SEPA one, a different SEPA one. But basically, they're requesting 180 for registration, 500 for lodging, and 300 for travel. They are a graduate student, and they are presenting research. I'm sorry, they're not a graduate student. They're presenting research. Any questions for this one? Yeah, not sure what's going on with Julie's.
Okay, these ones are right.
Yes, these are reflect what they submitted.
Atlanta, all that's right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Atlanta, Georgia, 9th to 12th. It's a motion to debate. Any objections? Seeing now we're on debate. There's a motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing none, voting procedures. All those for, against, abstaining, 5-0, approved. Okay, cool. Cool. New business allocations. Is there a motion for 555? Any objections? Seeing none, it's so fast. It's so quick. Allocations. Is there a motion to see allocation 467, 468, 470, 471, 475, 477, 42, 45, 49, and 493 as a block? Any objections? Cool. All right. I'll be representing this. This is our national convention to go to Atlanta for ROTC. We're just requesting registration costs. It's $400, but we're all approved at $250. We are all students. None of us are graduate. None of us are international. We got a filtering process. Any questions? There's been a motion to debate. Any objections?
What's the difference between this and the next one?
This is for something completely different. It's for seeing no.
Debate.
There's been any debate.
Looks good. What about?
There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing no one voting procedures. All those for, all those against, and all those sitting a vote count of 5-0 to 1 that's approved. 56,495 Air Force ROTC. So this is a competition that's held every year. We're requesting lodging for our students as it's in Miami, so we're gonna have to drive there, and it's a far drive, and it's early in the morning, so we want to get hotels the night before. Yeah, so just costing 1,600, even though we can request 2,500. We're just getting cheap hotel rooms near the campus. Any questions? It's basically like a bunch of sport competitions as well as like knowledge competitions, and we won it last year. We're the reigning champs. We're trying to defend our title, so we even put Space Shoe on a little plaque on the trophy. So, any other questions? The motion to debate. Any objections?
I hope you win.
Seeing no one on debate. There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing no one not voting for objection. Oh, we're not voting for procedures. All those for. All those against, abstaining, 5-0 to 1, approved. Okay, bills. 5646. Okay, so this is the one we PPI'd a couple weeks ago. It's the same thing. We just put into bill format. Are there any questions on this? We've already been presented it. It's not 5646. It's gonna be like 52. The number's changing, but basically they're requesting about, I think, 1,300. Why is the link not working? Great, it's just not linked. Love that. Why is it blue and it's not linked?
Can we do all miscellaneous business another time, or is that pertinent to now?
Probably.
It's kind of pertinent to now.
We can.
It's just that one thing.
We can go. Yeah, we need to go over total proof. We can just run through. That's nothing. Can you post it in the chat or the agenda? Thank you. Okay, there's a link. Sorry, y'all. I don't know why it went blue and then just didn't link it. Cool. So this is the bill. Right now, those are still empty because they did not get back to me on filling those in.
So this is not being seen today because we don't have any information.
We could postpone it, but also I think they're here, so we can adjust it. Is the Graphic Design Student Association here? Okay, awesome. I can meet with her after Caucus and get these filled out.
Okay, because I want to know how many members I have.
How many members in total do you guys have?
In ours, though.
Yeah.
Probably like 60 plus.
Okay. So 24 of them are going.
Yeah.
Mhm. Any questions? Any more questions on this, I should say?
We'll see it on the floor, guys. So we can debate on
Yeah, so basically right now, everything that we're seeing today is in the agenda already or in the tracker. And with everything we're seeing today and we approved up to this point is we have 60 grand remaining.
Ooh.
After seeing this, yeah, we'll have 60 grand. Any other questions?
Move to debate.
This has been a motion to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing no one on debate.
Looks good. Move to vote.
This has been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing no one on procedures. All those for? All against? Abstaining? 5-0 1 and passes on first reading. Okay, very quickly for miscellaneous business. For total approved, is there a motion we're just gonna go through this as a block and just do it as a whole. Is there a motion to amend 314 to 1500, 365 to 750, 368 to 1500, 384 to 750, 386 to 300, 387 to 665, 393 to 750, and 422 to $50? Are there any objections to these total approved? Seeing none, those are amended. And then finally, okay, so all these PSYOP ones that are in here, just really fast. So a lot of them are research, but the other half are observational research. Now, during their when they presented to us on Tuesday, their observational research was they're going to the conference to observe other presentations and to attend the conference seminars and learn and then bring that back for their own research. Technically, that does not fall under observational research. That would put them in seminar networking. Yes, they're just attending the conference. So, do we want to change all the? Do we want to keep them in observational research, or do we want to amend them all to seminar and networking? They lose $50.
They would lose $50 each, including if they're graduate or undergraduate.
Yes.
I think that's fine. Okay.
Yeah, regular. In my opinion, it's regular attending a conference. Nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, I think for observational research, you have to actively have some sort of project or something that you're working on. Right?
Like the one we approved recently, it was a cocoa farmer that was going, or the
Yeah, they
cocoa
have
documentary
this one.
guy. They're actually going there to film and interview for their research. That would be observational research. They're actually going somewhere to collect research and to make a product based on that research. So if the PSYOP people were doing it, they'd be going to present, make a poster on the PSYOP conference and how conferences run or something like that.
Okay.
That would be observational research for that.
Then I think we should.
We're all okay with that?
Yeah.
Approve of general consent. Any objections to that? Okay, so I'm gonna go through the tracker and make all those amendments after this. Is there a motion to adjourn pending final roll call?
So moved.
Any objections? Seeing none, Katrina? Same as usual. So moved. Okay, cool. I hereby adjourn this at 8:26 p.m.
All right, I'll go ahead and get started since we're already kind of running off time. I think we'll still be good though, but all right. Oh, wait. Oh. I reconvene this meeting at 8:30 p.m. Lim.
Present and voting.
Senator Lim, present and voting, so noted at 8:30 p.m. All right. Is there anyone else who came during? Okay, perfect. All right. Fiscal Committee reports, CRT, Chair Kringle.
Hello, everyone. All right. So in committee, we PPI'd allocations 405 and 406. We approved 407 through 434, 426 through 448, 450 through 466, as well as allocations 467, 468, 470, 471, 475, 477. 482, 485, 489, 493, and 495. We also approved fiscal bills 41 through 45 and 52. 53. We approved pending 449. We postponed 463, and we amended the total approved costs for 356, 314, 365, 367, 368, 372, 384, 386, 387, 393, and 422. As a reminder, if you have anything with CRT, please feel free to come to me with any sort of criticisms or changes or concerns that you have. If you don't feel comfortable approaching me, please go to other leadership like my Vice Chair Shen, Brody, or Allison so they can communicate anything back to me. Also, the minutes are wrong in the agenda. I'll go through and fix that right now because Caucus is crazy.
Yeah, sorry. Were you able to get everything written down? I'm sorry. I should have asked you.
No, everything's good.
Okay, perfect. All right. Any questions? All right. Seeing none, FAO Committee, Chair Kaufman.
Hello, we approve 56-144 and 56-155 through 163, and we postpone fiscal bills 56-46 and 56-47.
All right, ORS Committee. Any questions? Sorry. Any questions for Chair Kaufman? All right. Seeing none, ORS Committee, Chair Rose.
We had our first meeting last week, and we reviewed 3 VPF submissions and did 1 post-funding review.
Any questions? All right, seeing none. Fiscal legislation, notice of legislation on first reading. Fiscal Bill 5646, funding for Chabad Jewish Student Group to host the Mega Shabbat at UCF Pegasus Ballroom on March 28, 2025. Senator Connolly, I hereby recommend to FAO. Fiscal Bill 5647, funding for Chabad Jewish Student Group to host Passover 2025 at Chabad at UCF on April 12, 2025. Senator Connolly, I hereby recommend to FAO. Fiscal Bill 5648, funding for 16 members of the American Marketing Association at UCF to travel to the AMA International Collegiate Conference in New Orleans, Louisiana from April 2nd to April 5th. Senator Thoss, I hereby recommend to CRT. Funding for 12 members of the Student Nurses Association at the University of Central Florida at COGO to travel to Ignite, Innovate, Lead, NSNA 73rd National Convention in Seattle, Washington from April 9th, 2025 to April 13th, 2025. Senator Green, I hereby recommend to CRT. Fiscal Bill 5650, funding for 10 members of UCF Global Advocates to travel to the Migrant and Refugee Support Volunteer Program in Barcelona, Spain from May 11th, 2025 to May 25th, 2025. Pro Temp Morissette, I hereby recommend to CRT. Fiscal Bill 5651, funding for 12 members of Black Men in Medicine to travel to the AMEC 2025 in St. Louis, Missouri from April 16th, 2025 to April 20th, 2025. Senator Smith, I hereby recommend to CRT. Fiscal Bill 5652, funding for Central Florida Hillel to host Passover at Hillel on April 12th, 2025. Senator Connolly, I hereby recommend to FAO. Notice of legislation on third reading, Fiscal Bill 5640, funding for Air Force ROTC to host the Spring 2025 dining out in the Pegasus Ballroom on March 29th, 2025. Kaufman, is there a motion for a 5-minute speech, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate? Any objections? Seeing none, all right, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
I yield to the RSO.
Hi, guys. So we saw this last week. Nothing's changed. Same amounts. I yield.
All right, any questions for Chair Kringle Varela?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Anyone wishing to speak? Varela.
Can I retain?
You may.
Yeah, I think it's clearly a vote yes. I mean, I would hope that the CRT chair, was able to get his numbers right for his own RSO. So with that, move the vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 32-0 Fiscal Bill 5640 passes on third reading. All right. Notice of legislation on second reading, Fiscal Bill 5641, funding for 6 members of Criminal Justice Graduate Student Association to travel to the Academy of Criminal Justice Sciences in Denver, Colorado from March 11th, 2025 to March 15th, 2025. Vice Chair Varela is also present. All right.
And just really fast, all the amendments currently on the bill were approved in committee.
Is this on?
I think.
Yes.
Okay.
So my name is Sarah Luzek, and I am a second-year PhD student, as well as the treasurer of the Criminal Justice Graduate Student Association. Our organization is just for criminal justice PhDs, and we are committed to professional development, specifically in the areas of teaching, scholarship, and service. We also encourage our students and members to continue their research, and specifically empirical research aimed in criminal justice and criminology. So that is why I'm here today, because we are requesting funding to attend the Criminal Justice ACJS, the Academy of Criminal Justice Sciences conferences in Denver, Colorado. It will be held March 11th through the 15th, if I have my dates correct. And we are requesting funds for the hotel registration as well as flights for 6 of our members. At this conference for our 6 members, we would be doing networking, research opportunities, and this could potentially lead to grant projects that we could bring back to UCF. We also plan on recruiting students for our PhD program, as well as our undergrad and master's programs. And all of our members who are attending are presenting some research in some form. Yes, that is all.
All right, we're now online for questioning. You guys have 10 minutes. Any questions for the RSO? If not, more set.
Since you guys are attending 6 of your members, which is half of your RSO, how'd you guys pick the 6 members that are attending?
These members are presenting, so that's why they are attending. None of the other members are presenting, and so they opted not to go.
Varela.
Because all our members are presenting something, in the case that someone has to drop out unexpectedly, how will you guys account for that?
Like in terms of like funding, what we would do with it? Depending on the funding, we would put it towards something else. Whether if we get some funding for lodging, we would then put it towards flights or the registration, depending on the circumstances.
Benwick.
Motion to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Further questions? All right, do withdraw your motion. Okay, Corelli.
I'm looking at your math and it just doesn't make sense. 219 times 4 times 2 is not 2027.
219.
That's what's on the piece of legislation. You say it's 219 per night.
That is at the hotel's room rate for our for the conference for ACJS. That's the price that they gave us, and when we added it on, they had the bill receipt. That's the price we times it by 2. So it came out to $227.94 for us.
Okay.
For 2 rooms.
Yeah. Also, that the travel cost is also not adding up properly.
The travel cost was based on, I believe, American Airlines flight, and that's for 6 members. And in our request, we had like the total cost that the airline gave us.
Okay.
Varela.
Yeah, I think point of information. If that's okay. I think what I think happened there was that there's some changes made in the committee about the numbers, and the totals got changed. They just didn't change like that math in the beginning of the bill, so it should be okay. Just like changing the wording, I think a little bit.
Can you confirm that? Kringle, okay. All right. Any further questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Benwick.
Motion to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. All right. Gumrov, Varela, and then Kringle for the amendments.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can we see Kringel's amendments as technicals?
It's just the math, like the totals are the same. Okay, I'll see them as a technical. Varela,
Can I retain?
you may.
All right. Yeah, this is an RSO I represent. They've been super awesome during the whole process of emailing me back and staying in contact. I trust they'll be able to use the funds appropriately and execute all the fiscal procedures in a good way. So with that, I'll be voting yes. I encourage you all to vote yes as well. And with that, I move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with the vote count of 35 to 0, Fiscal Bill 5641 passes on second reading.
Thank you, everybody.
All right. Fiscal Bill 5642, funding for 9 members of MedLife to travel on a service learning trip in Tamarindo, Costa Rica from March 5th to March 23rd, is it 15th to March 23rd, 2025. Senator Weiderberg is the RSO president.
They should be present. Is MedLife here?
All
Okay,
right.
I yield to the RSO.
All right. Just make sure the mic is on and you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Is it on? All right. My name is Zaid Khalid. I'm a junior undergraduate, and I'm the SLT officer of MedLife. And I'm asking for money for 9 members, including myself, to go to Tamarindo, Costa Rica from March 15th to March 23rd. Registration cost is $1,700, and flights are looking to be around $500. It keeps fluctuating a lot. Every time I refresh the page, it changes. So it would be about $2,200 per person that's going. So about and there's 9 of us, so about 19,800 in total. Yeah.
All right, we're now online for questioning. Are there any questions for the RSO? Reed, Lazo, Gumrov.
Yeah, so I see that you currently have 75 active members. So again, how did you select the 9 members that are going on the trip?
So there's not really a selection process. We just advertise the trip because we go on it every year, and whoever wants to register, they do it on their own. Yeah.
Lazo.
Either the RSO or Chair Carangle can answer this, but with those updated numbers or that those constantly changing numbers that you just mentioned, how would that affect? That wouldn't affect their 80%. Them reaching that 80%, right?
The 8%?
80%.
80%.
Yeah.
What was your new total, you said?
Per person or like
Total overall.
19,800.
It wouldn't. Can you go over, is the flight change? Can you give me the number, the total for the flights?
Right now, one that I'm looking at was about, I think it was 614 last time on Tuesdays when I gave you it. But I'm only asking for 1,700 for registration and 500 for flights. So 2,200 per person.
Okay. Gumrov.
So can I ask what's included in that 1,700 registration cost?
So it includes the lodging, the hotel we'll be staying at, breakfast, lunch, and dinner during the work week that we're going to be there for, transportation to and from the work sites and to and from the airport, as well as medications, supplies, and everything that they need for to host like the mobile clinics on the service trip.
Benwick.
Just a quick question. You said that you guys take this trip every year. Is it usually only 9 members that go? And if not, how many have gone in the past? Has it been usually more or less?
It fluctuates. Last year we had about, I would say, 17 people go. It was a lot more than this year, but the year before that we had maybe like 6 people go. So it fluctuates a lot. I think it's a little on the lower side because it's during spring break.
Johnson.
So if someone, how is the RSO going to pay for the rest, and how can you ensure that those 9 members are going to go?
So they already paid a $200 deposit from like the registration cost. So and it's non-refundable. So I think that's like a good firm. I'm losing my words here, but you know what I mean. And what was the other part of your question?
And then how is the RSO going to pay for their half?
Sorry?
For your half of the bill, like the rest of it, how are you guys planning to fund the rest? Do you have like savings, or is it going to be like individually based?
Oh, it's going to be individually based. So any other costs, like for example, if the flight is increased when we are ready to book it, everything will be individual.
Any further questions for the RSO? Metellus.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. All right. Kringle, we'll start with you.
There's a motion to see my amendments.
There's been a motion to see Chair Kringle's amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none. All right, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, it's just changing to the RSO requested amounts, and I yield the questions.
All right. Are there any questions? Varela.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Is there any debate? Benwick.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures on the amendment. Olive Kringles. All right, with a vote count of 35 to 0, Kringle's amendments pass. We're still in debate on the fiscal bill. Gumrov Banesh.
So yeah, I've been to Tamarindo. It's great. Costa Rica needs a lot of medical help as of right now. So I'm looking forward that you guys get to go and be a part of that. So I'll be voting in favor. I would like to retain, but if Banesh you wanted to. Okay, I'm gonna give a motion to vote.
There's been a motion. There's been a motion to vote.
Withdraw.
Oh wait. Okay, you withdraw. Okay. Escobar.
Yeah, I'll also be voting in favor. Yeah, Costa Rica is a beautiful country. It sounds like they're going to be doing great things for the country and for their association. So yeah, with that, I move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures on Fiscal Bill 5642. All right, with the vote count of 34 to 0, Fiscal Bill 5642 passes on second reading. All right, Fiscal Bill 56 43, funding for 12 members of Future Theme Park Leaders of America to travel to the FTPLA Europe Executive Management Shadow Week in Europe, France, Germany, Netherlands from April 1st, 2025 to April 12th, 2025. Senator Rubin, is the RSO present?
They are present, and I yield to the RSO.
All right. You guys have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Are we gonna have the slides up there, or should I just read them off down here? Oh, perfect. Is there also a way I can connect, or am I just to say next slide when we're ready? All right, perfect. All righty. Hello, UCF Senate. My name is Zachary Koval. I'm the president of the Future Theme Park Leaders Association. I'm joined here by John Kaprevich, who is our vice president, and Zach Beck, who is our treasurer. And today we are seeking funding for the Europe Executive Management Shadow Week for spring 2025. So what is FGPLA? We are the largest student organization at Rosen, over 100 dues-paying members, 134 prospective members at our first meeting, and over 284 registered members on Night Connect. We host weekly meetings. We talk about theme park news, careers, etc. We have guest speakers, so we previously had all 4 Walt Disney World VPs, and then a whole panel with Walt Disney Imagineering, Universal Creative last spring. Some of our site visits include we go to major theme parks in the Central Florida area. We hosted a Universal Epic Universe site visit rather recently, and then we do an annual trip to the Southern California theme parks in December, and then in the spring or in April, we're doing an annual trip to the Europe parks as well. So the Europe trip overview, the purpose is to allow students who are actively pursuing a career within the theme park industry the opportunity to shadow and network with executive, I forgot to see the next slide. Opportunity to shadow and network with executive management in various departments of multiple theme parks in Europe while conducting research to expand knowledge within the theme park industry. These departments include food and beverage, merchandise, sales, marketing, engineering, park services, entertainment, attractions, and more. Our goal is in coordinating this conference is to help students learn relevant academic and professional information through various leaders and managers within the theme park industry. Next slide. Europe trip, who do we bring? So we bring 12 students total. So this trip will have 3 of our executive board members, so our vice president, our treasurer, and our secretary, and then 9 dues-paying members selected through a process consisting of professional application and interview with the executive board members. We just had those take place 2 weeks ago. And we're looking for professionalism, experience, knowledge, passion for the industry, organization, dedication, career impact, and more. Next slide. The benefits to the university, the further spread the name of University of Central Florida and Rosen College internationally by exemplifying professionalism and ambition. A new theme park and attractions management degree has opened up at Rosen, so we want to also expand that knowledge as well. Provide a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to members to help develop their careers and to provide job opportunities. Explore the differences between Florida theme parks and European theme parks, including different operations, laws, and more. Continue a trip that has been executed by FGPLA for over 2 years. And then learn about park operations from a management level and further develop an opportunity for students to travel and learn abroad without participating in a study abroad. Next slide. So our itinerary, we leave on Tuesday, April 1st, and then we will go through Saturday, April 12th. We'll be visiting Paris, we'll be visiting Germany, and we'll also be visiting the Netherlands, with the parks being Disneyland Paris, Walt Disney Studios Park, Europa Park, Rulantica, and then Efteling. So I'm not going to go through the whole thing. This is our itinerary right here. Our travel plan, so our flight's going to be out of MCO, Orlando International Airport, to Charles de Gaulle Airport, CDG in Paris. So that'll be our flight to Europe, and then our flight out of Europe will be from Amsterdam Airport to Orlando International Airport. Between the parks, we'll be utilizing trains, metros, buses, so no flights in between locations, just a flight to Europe and then a flight leaving Europe. Next slide. So pricing and breakdowns. Again, I'm not going to go through all of this because there's a lot here, but the total cost is going to be, just for the hotels, will be $10,129.89. So that'll be for the hotels, will be priced out so far. We're still working with our partners over there to see if we can change that price a bit, but as of right now, that's the price we are given for all the hotels. Flights will be flying with Delta, so the rates beginning from January they may change since. So right now the rates are going at $1,200, $1,621, $1,200, $1,216.21 per person, and then total will be $14,594.52 total. Registration, there's multiple. We have the ability to meet with park management on site and learn from them in a hands-on environment. So for registration, when it comes to those parks, we're looking at $162.96 total per person for 12 students. That's $1,955.52 total. So the total cost for the entire trip, we're looking at $26,679.93. So with being half the total we are requesting will be $13,339.96. Next slide. Hotel breakdown. So here are the hotels that we are currently looking to stay at. They're also in partnership with our contacts over there and the hotels that they are recommending. So the total hotel cost we're looking at is $10,000 and $10,129.89. Next slide. This is more hotel breakdown. This is by rooms. So we're going to have 3 rooms in some of the hotels and then 2 rooms per night in some of the other hotels. Again, that total cost will stay the same. Next slide. Registration breakdown. Disneyland Paris, it will be provided by the park, so we won't need registration there. But Rulantica and Europa Park, the total will be $1,363.92. And then for Efteling, it would be $591.60 total, with a grand total registration cost of $1,955.52. Next slide. Pricing continued. So total cost after funding, FDPLA will pay the above with a combination of dues, fundraising, and trip costs to members. So yes, that's the half that we'll be paying. We do have 2 financially trained officers on board, myself and our treasurer, Zach Back. I will not be attending the trip, but Zach Back will be there as a financially trained officer on the trip for us. We understand that the post-funding process, we have been through it before with this trip in the past, as well as the California trip that we did in December. And the event that if a scheduled member can no longer attend, we will have an alternate list of backup members who we can select from. Next slide. Thank you so much.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Wanjin.
Present and voting.
Vice Chair Wanjin, present and voting, so noted at 8:56 p.m. We'll start on this side this time, so I'll do Benwick, Benesh, Gumrov.
I have a question and a potential follow-up following that. So you guys have been going overseas to Europe for 2 years, is what it's on the slides, right?
Yes, it started in 2023.
And did you guys go overseas before that, traveling for any of the events for the RSO?
No, so 2023, that first trip to Europe was FGPA's first time overseas.
And were your dues, have they continuously been $45 since before that changed and when you guys have started traveling overseas?
So dues have changed. To my knowledge, they did go down from the spring 2023 to the fall 24, but they have been rather consistent, so no drastic changes in dues payments.
Okay, thank you.
Benesh.
I apologize if you've already mentioned this before, but how did you choose the people going on the trip?
So it's through a application interview process. So through like a Google form, we ask like certain essay questions, and then the 4 board members grade them anonymously. And then the top scores from those essay questions get moved on to an interview process with the 4 board members. We ask them 10 questions. And then from there, we make our selections based off of a mix between application scores and interview scores. So it's like a week-long process where we go through, read all the applications as well as conduct all the interviews and then make our selections there. We have made our selections for the 2025 trip. We have the 3 board members as well as the 9 members we know who are going.
Gumrov.
May I ask a clarifying / technical question of Chair Caringle?
Go ahead.
In the last whereas clause, just for technicality reasons, it said they received $0 in this fiscal year, but we did see them for a bill back in November. So I just wanted to update that to the corrected amount.
Yeah, let me go back and see what they've got.
Benwick.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? All right, do you withdraw your motion? Escobar.
I was just gonna ask if Legoland was considered as one of the stops for your travel, as Florida also has a Legoland location, and also it was started in Europe.
Could you clarify, is that for the Europe trip or for like one of our our site visits that we do regularly?
Yeah, for like the Europe trip, was like Legoland like considered, and if not, like
So Legoland was not considered over in Europe. We didn't really want to. The trip is still very new, so we're keeping to our parks that we already have contacts at. But we have expanded our California trip to include Legoland California this year, and we also have an upcoming site visit to Legoland Florida as well. So we are very in contact with Legoland. We just haven't expanded overseas at all.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Rodriguez.
Motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. I'll do, wow, there's a lot. Okay. First, are you done with the amendments, Kringle? Okay, first we'll get the amendments. So
Motions and amendments.
there's been a motion to see Chair Kringle's amendments. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, whenever you're ready.
Yes, we approved them for 11,117.48 on their trip last year. They're requesting 13,000 now, which I think with verification from Chair Rose and ORS, I think that should still put them beneath their yearly cap, but I can also double check that real quick.
All right, we're now online for questioning. Gumrov.
Yeah, so I calculated and it puts them above the cap, but when I went back to the CRT tracker for the bills, it said, yeah, we approved them in committee for 11,000, but then it says after third reading, we only approved them for 5,000. So did we amend that during third reading, or
put the wrong number in
for the amendment?
I looked at the wrong column. Sorry, I'm doing like a million things at once right now. My bad. There you go. That's the correct amendment.
All right. Any further questions? I'll do Varela, Banesh.
I was going to move debate if that's okay. All right, cool. Move debate.
Okay. There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Banesh.
May I retain?
You may.
If Gumarov and Karingal are behind the amendment, y'all already know what I'm voting. I move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Chair Karingal's amendments. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with the vote count of 35 to 0, the amendments pass. We're still in debate. Okay, got a lot of new hands. Okay, I'll do Rudy, Ruben, Banesh.
Hi guys, I'm a member of this RSO, so I just wanted to get behind them. They're so organized. The planning for the people going on the event is very fair and well thought out. They have rubrics about the application, and I just could not speak highly enough about them. So I am going to suggest you voting in favor for this bill.
Ruben.
That basically summarizes what I was going to say, but just to speak on it as well, FTPLA is the most professional RSO I've seen. They do everything very well, very officially, and like they said, they are the biggest club at Rosen, and it's a very good club to support. So I will have to abstain as a conflict of interest, but I encourage you all to vote yes.
Banesh.
May I retain?
You may.
I think it's so cool. Like they're going overseas to go on rides. If I wasn't a medical student, I'd be on that. So I'm voting yes. I encourage y'all to do the same and move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 33 to 0 to 2, Fiscal Bill 5643 passes on second reading.
Thank you so much.
All right, Fiscal Bill 5644, funding for 14 members of Student Nurses Association Orlando to travel to the National Student Nurses Association 73rd Annual Convention in Seattle, Washington from April 8th, 2025 to April 13th, 2025. Senator Green is the RSO present.
They are present, and I will yield to the RSO.
All right. All right, you guys have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for allowing us to be here. We're from the Student Nurses Association Orlando chapter. My name is Victoria. I'm our president. And my name is Jayla, and I'm the treasurer. And we're seniors in the nursing program, and we're here on behalf of our bill to attend our national convention in Seattle, Washington. So a little bit about us is that we are a group of student nurses motivated to become the next leaders in the nursing profession. We understand that the foundation of nursing is a heart of compassion and that the development of the nursing profession is dependent on nurses who can lead wisely and collaborate effectively. SNA at UCF allows student nurses to connect with the community through numerous volunteer activities and puts leadership abilities into action. So we were founded in 1982. We have 105 current members, and we are currently connected with the Florida Nursing Students Association as well as the National Student Nurses Association. Next slide. These are some photos of the events that we've attended and or hosted in the past couple of years. So some photos include our attendance at the Florida State Convention this past November, our student versus faculty kickball, and then some photos from our GBM events. Next slide. Okay, so our contribution to the UCF community at this past November state convention, we won the Diamond Chapter Award for the 10th year and the 4th year in a row. So basically that means that we're the best chapter in the state, which is really awesome. We also nominated the dean of our college, Dean Soul, for the Dean of the Year Award, which she won. We nominated a faculty member for Faculty Excellence, which they also won. And then both myself and Jayla received scholarships there. And then we also, at the House of Delegates at our state conventions, we motioned and passed a resolution, which is in support of nurses serving in underserved countries to address nursing shortages and care quality, which was authored by our own legislative director, Jenna Koo, with Andrew Kim, who is a student at the University of Pennsylvania. Next slide, please. And then at our national convention last year, we were awarded the Stellar School Award. So we are one of 40 chapters in the entire country that have this designation. Basically, it just means that we meet certain standards of involvement and community events to get the standard. And then we also won the Project in Touch Award, which means out of all the chapters in the nation, we have recruited the most members to NSNA. So what members can bring back from the conference to benefit the UCF community includes nationwide recognition that enforces UCF as a leader among leaders, knowledge of organizational and leadership management at the student and professional level, networking among other colleges of nursing and chapters throughout Florida, experience in Robert's rules, delegation, leadership capabilities, and resolution writing, new and innovative community project ideas shared among other chapters in Florida, and knowledge of the various aspects of the healthcare profession, from leadership to research, from workshops and keynote speakers. Next slide, please. So some fundraising events that we hold throughout the year includes basket raffles, bake sales, partial proceeds at restaurants like Blaze and Menchie's, events such as the student versus faculty kickball and barbecues, our SNA at UCF Clubhouse store, where we sell merchandise and nursing supplies. Victoria's wearing one of our most famous night nurse crew necks here. And then we also table at the state and national conventions, as well as UCF College of Nursing commencement ceremonies. Next slide, please. This is our cost breakdown. So we are bringing 13 board members and 1 general member for a total of 14 people. Our 1 general member will be running for a national board position, and because we are all NSNA members, we will be under the convention registration price of $125 for a total registration price of $1,750. For our transportation, we're requesting 14 plane tickets on Delta Airline with an approximate cost of about $600 each per person for a total cost of $8,400. Our hotel cost for 4 rooms for 5 nights would be $6,020. And then our total cost would be $16,170, and our contribution would be the $8,085. Thank you.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions for the RSO? Rodriguez Morset.
I don't know if this is for the RSO specifically, but on the bill, because on the presentation their prices were correct, like the numbers were correct, but on the bill it was different. For an example, where is it? The first lodging was supposed to be $1,100, but it says $4,400 on the bill. I don't know. And then on the second lodging, it was supposed to be, where is it? Okay, 2640. And then on the thing, it says 1580. So I don't know. Just a correction. Not really for them.
Yeah, whoever can check that. But while they're checking that, do you have a question?
I'll say something and Chair Kareem can add on top of it. I know the discrepancy is because, if I'm not mistaken, one of their members is joining them later, or is that a different RSO, Chair Kareem? Yeah, one of their members is joining them later, so I think that also adds into the discrepancy of the numbers. But my question was, I know you guys have kind of a different organization for like in the different satellite campuses like COCO. Will you guys be collaborating with them at all at the conference or no?
I don't believe so. We don't know if they're attending or not, but yeah.
Green.
Just to clarify, so regarding the SNA at COCO, I do know that there is fiscal legislation, and I believe it was remanded on first reading for the same conference. But I know statutes wise, they are separate RSOs with like their own constitution and their own e-board. If that helps clarify that.
Gumov.
Is the Student Nurses Association like Dash Orlando the same as the Student Nurses Association Dash UCF in that instance? Then, or are they also different? Like, if this is all for the greater Orlando area, is this just UCF?
So the nursing program has different cohorts in each campus. So there's an Orlando campus, which is where we're from. So we're the biggest campus because we have like people who start fall, spring, second degree. And then there's also separate SNA RSOs that are at Daytona and Cocoa. And they're smaller because they have less students there. But they're separate RSOs, if that makes sense.
So then are you the UCF chapter?
We're UCF Orlando. They're UCF Daytona, UCF Cocoa.
Okay. The only reason why I'm asking is because we had an allocation come through for Student Nurses Association for UCF that I just wanted to put in here to amend. Like, they got money in this fiscal year. That was you? Okay.
That was for our state convention.
Okay.
Varela. Oh, sorry. I thought you had your hand raised. My bad. My bad. Any further questions? Fenwick.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none. Okay, there's a few amendments here. All right, are you done with the amendments? Okay, I'll see Pro Temp Morissette's amendment as a technical. Kringle.
Motion to see my amendments.
There's been a motion to see Chair Kringle's amendments. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, it's just the lines got switched up because I had to go through none of the amendments from committee was in, so I just mixed over the two. Missed a 4 from the other one and just kind of swapped the room numbers, but it was just a little bit of math error and placement. So, but all the amounts are the same. The total contribution is still the same.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Varela.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none. Benwig.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures on Chair Kringle's amendments. All right, with a vote count of 36 to 0 to 0, Chair Kringle's amendments pass. Gumrov.
Motion to see my amendment.
There's been a motion to see Vice Chair Gumrov's amendments. Are there any objections, or just amendment? Any objections? All right, seeing none, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, it's just updating that they received that allocation amount and the activity service fee, whereas clause. So I yield my time.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Varela.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Reed.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in voting procedures on Gumrov's amendment. All right, with a vote count of 35 to 0 to 1, Senator Gumarov's amendment passes. All right, we're now still in debate. Okay, I'll do Green, Escobar, Reed.
So I'll be voting in favor. SNA is one of the most well-organized RSOs that I work with, and in the process of this fiscal bill, they've been very cooperative and very forthcoming in communicating with myself, Chair Caringle, and Pro Temp Morissette. So I'll be voting in favor, and I encourage you all to do the same.
Escobar.
Yeah, I'll also be voting in favor. The RSO seems very accomplished with all their awards and like initiatives like on the national and state level. So yeah, I encourage all to do the same.
Reed.
First, I want to start by congratulating the RSO on all their accomplishments. Like my other, yes, like the previous senators stated, they seem well organized, very well accomplished, and I encourage you all to vote yes. And with that, I move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, are now in voting procedures. All right, with the vote count of 36 to 0 to 0, Fiscal Bill 5644 passes on second reading.
Thank you.
All right, Fiscal Bill, wait, I got lost. Fiscal Bill 5645, funding for 15 members of Club on Security and Intelligence to travel to the COSI at the Capitol 2025 in Washington, D.C. from March 31st, 2025 to April 4th, 2025. Pro Temp Morissette is the RSO present. All right.
Alrighty, hi guys, my name is Anna Verheefer. I'm the president of the Club on Security and Intelligence, and our upcoming trip will be from March 30th through April 2nd, and we're calling COSI at the Capitol. Next slide. So yeah, pretty much just said all of this before, but we are COSI. Those are the dates that we're going. We're going to be going to Washington, D.C., and there will be 14 attendees. Next slide. So here's our basic itinerary. It's starting out on Sunday, March 30th. We'll be flying in that day out of the Orlando Airport, MCO. And then we will be checking into the hotel. We'll probably be doing that roughly around mid-afternoon-ish, and then the rest of the day, that'll just be kind of like a getting prepared type day. And then on Monday will be when the actual tour really starts. So that'll be from 9:30 to 11:30 a.m. That'll be at the U.S. Army Intelligence and Security Command. And then on Tuesday, April 1st, that'll be from 2 to 3 p.m. That is the Pentagon tour. And then that day we'll also be doing some museums, so like Smithsonian's, just stuff from the National Park. On Wednesday, April 2nd, we'll be doing the Defense Counterintelligence Security Agency, or DCSA, and that'll be a tour networking event. And then that same day, we will check out of the hotel and fly back to Orlando. There are other tours that we are currently in processing of getting. If you guys have ever toured any of these places, you might know it might take a long time sometimes to get processing for it. So we're still working on getting the FBI and the White House totally confirmed. But once those get confirmed, we're looking at doing that either on, I believe, Monday, and just looking at the itinerary, yeah, Monday and Tuesday, I believe. Next slide. So benefits to UCF, I'll kind of skip over a lot of these, took up a lot of time during CRT. The long story short, it's going to help out the students learn a lot more and become a lot more professionally acquainted with the intelligence community, or the IC, and give them a lot of networking opportunities and just, again, broaden their knowledge. Next slide. So fundraising, we've been doing really, really well this year. So we have raised a total of $3,973.21 so far. We still plan on doing some more bake sales, more personal proceeds, more donations, merch sales, etc. So that's it on fundraising. Next slide, please. Then the cost breakdown. So we don't have any registration fees because we will be going to a variety of different intel agencies and intel departments. So our cost will be from the flight, which is primary travel, and then the lodging. So right there, you can see that primary travel is from MCO to DCA. That's Reagan National Airport, so it flies us directly straight into DC. That'll be about $255 per person per round trip. That'll be $3,570 for each 14 individuals. And the lodging will be 3 nights and 4 days, which will be 5 rooms for those 14 individuals. And that'll be a total of $4,162.72. Next slide. So here's just the quotes. That's the hotel. We already have reserved it. We did the reserve now, pay later. So we haven't put any money towards it yet. Didn't want to violate that rule. But we also have free cancellation. And then it'll be 2,500 pen, a placemaker experience. If anyone knows the DC area, it is like 2 blocks away from Georgetown. It's right by a metro station. So it's in a really good spot. Or GW, the George Washington campus, not Georgetown. All right, next slide. And then here's some quotes for the flights that we're looking at, and then just that total again. So yeah, so there's a total. We were requesting $7,739. Well, that's the total that it's going to cost, and we're requesting $3,800 or $3,860. Now, I know in CRT I had a funding question about the amount of people. Do you guys want me to do that now or? Okay. So yeah, so if you could just go back for a sec, yeah, right here. Or no, perfect. Okay, so on this slide, this is the total cost for 14 people. One person is going to be coming a day later. He has a prior commitment, but other than that, he'll be coming on March 31st as opposed to March 31st. So that cost breakdown, if it displays differently on y'all's version of the bill, that means that this is the correct price, including his different price ticket. So if you go to the next slide here, yeah, I believe that is now. So yeah, so that's the round trip for what it would cost the person who's going to be coming a day later. And then the next slide. Yeah, here we go. That is includes the added round trip. So that'll be 13 people plus that 174 that was on the other slide. So that's the total amount of flights. Sorry. So that would be the correct total. However, if that's a problem with coming in a day later, go to the next slide, please. This is also what it would cost for one way, either from Orlando to DC or DC back to Orlando. And that is $87 both directions. So the next slide is if you guys only are cool with doing the one way, because you'll be leaving a day later than us, but you'll be flying back on the same day. That's the total price. And then one final slide. If you aren't cool with any of that, that's the price without him. There we go. Now I'm done.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. I'll start Gumrav and then Benwick.
May I direct a question to Chair Caringle?
You may.
Can you clarify kind of what we're going here with like the flight tickets?
Yeah, so we're good to add the second guy. Or the one guy that's coming in late, we can do the round trip.
Benwick.
I know you guys just had museums on your itinerary as kind of a possibility. Are there specific ones that you guys are looking at or in the process of getting tickets approved? Like I know for certain museums, I like the like Holocaust Museum and stuff like that. Like I know you have to reserve those a certain day in advance. And if so, what's like the relevance to your RSO in touring these?
So the museums that we would pick would depend on like when we get those other tours scheduled, the FBI and White House, and then based off of the availability for that, we'll see if we schedule like Holocaust, Air and Space, the ones that require reservations. If we end up not having time to do the reservation ones, then we'll do the specifically the American history one. I can never remember what it's actually called. It's like natural history, I think. That'll definitely be a main one we do. But other than that, it's not a museum trip. That's just like a time filler if we have like a long afternoon or something like that. Did that answer all your question, or was there another part?
More so, what was the relevance to your RSO for that? But then you said time filler, so that kind of answers it. And then I do have a follow-up, if that's okay. But wait, and I'm trying to remember my follow-up. Oh, yes. When will you guys hear back officially if you got the White House and FBI tour? More so as like a personal interest. I just think that's really cool that you guys get the opportunity to do that.
Yeah, no, that's a very great question. We are right now at the hands of their will. So it really just depends on both of them when that comes back. I believe Our VP, who is now our vice president, she's going on the trip. She was previously our event coordinator. I believe she submitted both of those requests. I think you have to do it 90 days out at the earliest you can submit that to her. So whenever that 90-day mark was, which was, I believe, in either this month or the last month, she submitted that request. So I'm not sure exactly when we'll hear back, but we'll get a yes or no probably within the next month and a half.
Martha.
Just to confirm, you have 14 members going, not 15.
14, yes.
Gumrov.
I'm sorry if you've said this already, but how did you pick your 14 members?
Yeah, so it was pretty much just a first come, first serve, with priority to members that were already current. For members who were new, because we started this application last year, if they are new members, well, for all our members, this is a requirement, but for new members, we really stressed because we didn't know them yet, that they have to come to X amount of meetings. I believe we said like 75% of the meetings. We have was that right? Okay, yeah, he's our secretary. We have like a running tally of like who's been going and showing up to what, and then we also require them to go to, I think, like 4 fundraising events. So yeah.
Go ahead.
Have any of these 14 members either signed, confirmed that they're coming, or paid some sort of deposit?
Yeah, so I didn't include that on there. They all had to pay $100 for the trip fees itself, and then they also have to be a dues paying member, which is $40 for the year. Unless they paid per semester, and that's $25 per semester. The $40 is like a discount.
All right. Any further questions for the RSO? Read.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Kringle, start with you.
Motion to see amendments.
There's been a motion to see Chair Kringle's amendments. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, whenever you're ready.
Yep, just basically just taking their new numbers with the person added and just going through and editing it to that request. I'll yield.
Are there any questions? Benwick.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in debate on the amendments. Varela.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures on the amendments.
Sorry, I know I included a lot of different prices. Can someone just give me the number, whichever one you guys went with, to make sure that I, like, for us, on our sake, we know which ones we went with? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right. With a vote count of 35 to 0, Chair Kringle's amendments pass. We're still in debate. I'll do Benwick and then Reed.
So I will be voting in favor of the funding for this RSO. I think it's a really cool opportunity. My aunt lives up in DC. I've done about 1,000 different things there, but the FBI building and the White House have not been one of them. However, for the museums, I hope you guys really get a chance to use that as time filler. I'd really recommend touring the Holocaust and the African American History Museum. I toured those 2 summers ago, and they're both, I don't want to say beautiful because it's not beautiful, but it's beautiful why they're there. And just getting to see that, it's like living art. I'd really recommend that, and anyone to SG and going and seeing those if you're ever in DC.
Reed.
Yeah, so I want to thank the RSO because they just accepted me on Night Connect as a member. Awesome. I am actually an intelligence major as well as a theater major, so really cool. This trip sounds amazing, and I hope you guys have a ton of fun. So I'll be voting yes, of course. And with that, move to vote.
As a fellow NOW club. Thank you.
You have an extra amendment, so do you withdraw your motion?
I withdraw.
Okay. Kringle.
My bad. I'll just motion to see this as a technical, but there we got accepted. So.
Yeah, I'll see it as a technical.
Motion to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in voting procedures on the bill. All right, with a vote count of 36 to 0, Fiscal Bill 5645 passes on second reading.
Thanks, guys.
Kringle.
Since it was adopted in committee today, can we motion to add Fiscal Bill 5653 to notice of legislation on second reading?
There's been a motion to add Fiscal Bill 5653 to notice of legislation on second reading. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none. Whenever that gets dropped in. Fiscal Bill 5653, funding for 24 members of Graphic Design Student Association to travel to Creative South in Columbus, Georgia from April 9th, 2025 to April 13th, 2025. Chair Kringle is the RSO present.
Yes, I'll go to the RSO.
All right, you can come on up. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
All right, thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Morgan Mullen. I am the president of the Graphic Design Student Association at UCF, also known as GDSA, and we are seeking funding for Creative South 2025. This is a conference held in Columbus, Georgia every year. We have been attending since about 2016, 2017, as far as I know. The event itself, it's going to be taking place from April 10th to April 12th, and we are looking to leave the day before and return the day after, so it'll be April 9th to the 13th. So Graphic Design Student Association, we are an RSO that provides a platform for students to learn more about anything design related. Together, we create a community of designers that network, collaborate, and share ideas. We do this through workshops, tutorials, speaker events, table sales, and GBMs. So Creative South is one of the premier art and design conferences in the Southeast. It exposes creative and marketing professionals, business people, and students to key speakers on the subject of branding and design in the digital era. It's an amazing opportunity for networking within the creative community and career development for students interested in pursuing a job in the industry. So what students will gain from that is an opportunity to meet industry professionals and learn more about the design world through workshops and speakers. And there's also a student portfolio review during the conference in which design students will be paired up with an industry professional to receive feedback and advice on their portfolio. And with these portfolio reviews, there are also scholarships that are given out to design students. Last year, there were 4 scholarships handed out, and 3 out of 4 of the scholarship winners were UCF graphic design students. So we kind of rock, so I'm hoping to keep that score going. So what students will bring back is a broader network within the creative community and career development for students interested in pursuing a job in the industry. As for cost, with registration, it is roughly $289.30 for 24 members attending. That'll be a total of $6,943.20. And then with lodging, it will be $264.45 per night for 4 nights with 6 rooms, with a total cost of lodging being $6,346.80. And so the total cost of the trip will be $13,290, in which we are seeking $6,645 from the student government. Thank you.
All right, we're now online for questioning. Are there any questions for the RSO? Varela.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in debate. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate? Richmond.
May I retain?
You may.
Awesome. It looks great. Vote in favor. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with the vote count of 35 to 0, Fiscal Bill 5653 passes on second reading.
Thank you.
All right, is there a motion to move to old business? Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, notice of legislation on third reading, Internal Bill 5622, updates to Title 14, establishing the Caucus Leadership Committee. Chair Colazo.
I motion to remand Internal Bill 5622 and 5623 back to LJR.
There's been a motion to re-remand internal bill 5622 and internal bill 5623 back to LJR. Are there any objections? Go ahead.
So 5623 was approved in second reading, right? So my question is, why are we remanding?
You can explain why, yeah.
Under recent advisement, I'm moving it back because I'm considering adding ex officio seats, which is dependent on the caucus leadership committee. However, I want to restructure that bill language. So that is why I'm having them both remanded back.
Are there any objections to the motion? All right, seeing none, internal bills 5622 and 5623 are remanded back to LJR. All right, internal bill 5624 updates to Title VI, allowing election commissioners to hold caucus leadership positions pro temp more set. Is there a motion for a 5-10-10? Any objections? Seeing none, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yeah, we saw this before break last week. I don't remember, but caucus leadership from different branches should be able to hold leadership positions within caucuses. I said that backwards, but yeah, you get my time to questioning.
All right, we're now online for questioning. Are there any questions for pro temp Morset? If not, I'll take a motion. Can Condoloro?
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in debate. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate? Collazo.
Yep, I think this is great. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 33 to 0 to 1, internal bill 5624 passes on third reading. All right, internal bill 5625 updates to Title III, removal of Sergeant at Arms, replacement timeline. Chair DeCara, does anyone want to pick this up? Yeah, Collazo, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hi everyone. So Chair DeCara has resigned, so I'm picking up the bill on his behalf. So I think we're all very familiar with why this language is being removed. Chair DeCara introduced several pieces of legislation to have vacancies when there is a vacancy, and mandating the officers of the Senate to reinstate, not to reinstate, but to appoint new individuals to those positions. However, this body felt that that was a little too much. So the only officer position that holds that kind of language is a Sergeant of Arms. So Chair DeCara only thought it was fair that that language be removed from the Sergeant of Arms position as well. And with that, I yield for questioning.
All right, we're now online for questioning. Are there any questions for Vice Chair Collazo? If not, I'll take a motion. Escobar. There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in debate. You guys have 10 minutes. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate? Metellus.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 35 to 0 to 0, internal bill 5625 passes on third reading. All right, notice of legislation on second reading. Internal bill 5626 updates to Title VI, the election code of ethics. Senator Escobar, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yeah, so this bill adds two sections to the election code of ethics. The first being that no candidate or ticket shall coerce or incentivize any members of a leadership council to aid in active campaigning. And the second section is that no candidate or ticket shall openly discuss their candidacy, campaign, or platform within the student government, OSI, MSc, or student government funded activities unless approved by the election commission. This basically, the first section being added prevents any ticket from like going to a member of leadership council and incentivizing them in any way, offering them like a position or like future, like basically any like future leadership position. And the second part is just keeping the student government offices and student union offices neutral in the elections and solely focused on governing the student body. I yield for questioning.
All right, we're now online for questioning. I'll start with Metellus, Alcuda, Gumrov.
So two, if I may. First question is, so I see that it says like the candidate can't coerce or incentivize a leadership council member, but let's say a leadership council member still wanted to help with that campaign, would they be allowed to?
Yes, this is just focusing on the candidate. If a leadership council member wanted to, on their own will, go out of their go to a ticket and campaign with them, that's like totally okay. It was just it's just preventing the ticket themselves from going to a leadership member and offering them any like behind the scenes, like, oh, we'll give you this cabinet position if you campaign with us and help us like win. So yeah.
My second question is, have you spoken to anyone in the election commission about this and heard their thoughts?
So this was actually introduced by the supervisor of elections, Brown, and this is something that we saw and like discussed in ENA and thought that would be a good addition to the Code of Ethics.
It does say Supervisor Brown is sponsoring it. My bad.
Alcuda.
I was just going to ask if you originally meant like student government office, but I saw you added the amendment in there. So
Gumrov.
Just two clarifying questions, if I may.
Go ahead.
So when you say leadership council, you're referring to student government leadership council, right? There's no other ones?
Yes, we were going to put SGLC, but they're currently not SGLC. So like they're like their own leadership councils instead of like student government leadership councils.
To answer a question. All right. Is there a motion for a non-committee member to speak? All right, go ahead.
The specific wording of leadership council was also aimed to encompass like MSC's leadership council, CAB's leadership council. A lot of OSI organizations have leadership councils, so it's to encompass them as well.
Okay, and then I'll do. Oh, your second one.
Yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead.
So when you say student government funded activities, do you mean like any events they hold, or do you just mean like other entities within that are student government funded?
Yeah, so that includes like market days or any like of our like tabling or any of so any student government activities. It doesn't include like RSOs or their events that they hold unless it's specifically funded by SG. And yeah, this is about like open discussion. Like a candidate can still discuss like one-on-one about their campaign.
All right, Wanjin, and then Benwick.
Is there a reason members of leadership council specifically are the ones we're saying can't be incentivized to participate in active campaigning? Because it seems like we might want to do that. Just you can't incentivize people to actively campaign for you.
Yeah, so this was introduced because like we saw like kind of a pattern, and also because their positions within student government are kind of like they're already like in the mentee position. So it's kind of like if a ticket like they're already not like student government agents, I believe. So it's kind of because of their council like membership that like we specified leadership council. It would make sense to like for like anyone like to include anyone, but this was specifically because of like a pattern that was like saw.
Benwick.
So I kind of want to just ask for like a point of clarification that we kind of discussed earlier, but more so for the greater group. This means like in the student government office, if one of us in student government now as a senator decided to rerun, we would be allowed to discuss that we are rerunning, just not to, let's say, like a large group or the entire office kind of declaring or incentivizing them to campaign for us because we're already an incumbent.
Yeah, so this is about open discussion of their candidacy campaigner platform. So it's more of like to keep the student government office as a whole like partial, just so that we're not like openly discussing. Like say if one like if there was conversation, it would be a conversation, like a closed conversation. But yeah, this was for like openly discussing or campaigning within the student government office.
Alcuda.
Point of information, if I may.
Go for it.
Yeah, so Supervisor Brown and Chair Escobar can kind of correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the original intent in the language of the bill specifying the Leadership Council was just to kind of gain some separation from candidates for specifically the president and vice president within the executive branch and their potential future cabinet from individuals going through ELC and potentially becoming a part of the executive branch the following session. So I think it's just trying to gain some separation from, individuals coming from the SGLC program where they've kind of gained, more insight into the branch than other applicants may have applying for those positions that open up in the new session with the new executive cabinet.
All right. Any further questions? Metellus.
So like, let's say this did happen, like what would the punishment be? Like, is it the same as like breaking any other rules, like when in the election process and stuff like that?
You can answer, yeah.
So currently, I don't believe Senator Escobar has stated a specific tier for the violation if this were to occur. However, most ethics are typically interpreted just by, in most cases where there isn't a specifically outlined tier, the election commission will just determine whatever fits the situation best. So likely a good reason for this to be broad is just a coercion can be as simple as we'll get you some money or we'll give you an entire position. So giving the election commission the room to have decision-making power there, and the better makes it sorry, I'm struggling to speak tonight. In the long run makes it a better formatted system for us.
Right, we have about 3 minutes remaining in questioning. Johnson.
Motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in debate. Remember, you guys have 10 minutes. I'll start with Wanjin.
Move to say my amendment.
There's been a motion to see Vice Chair Wanjin's amendment. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, whenever you're ready.
This is basically just changing it from no candidate/ticket shall coerce or incentivize any members of the leadership council to individual. I don't think there's any reason why we should be allowing someone non-leadership council members to be paid, especially paid or promised positions for campaigning, especially if leadership council is extending to the late nights council and cab committees, because they don't have anything to do with student government. So yeah, this is just, I feel like it either needs to cover everyone or nobody.
We're now online for questioning. Alcuda.
I agree. Would you consider seeing my amendment as a block to yours?
It's a friendly, yeah.
Does that change anything about it? It doesn't including members of any given leadership council?
No, I think it just more so it adds a specification that I think is pretty important just for future interpretations.
I'm going to say no, because individual already covers literally everyone.
All right. We're still in questioning. I'll do Corelli, Gumarov, Lazo.
By individual, does that mean like any agent of student government or just anybody here at UCF?
Just literally means any person.
Gumarov.
So can I direct this question to either Escobar or Supervisor Elections, whoever can answer?
Go ahead.
So the first part of this bill where it says no candidate/tickets shall authorize, aid, advise, condone, or in any way induce another to act in violation of any provision of the Golden Rule, including student body constitution statutes, is that not just another way for rewording like we can't coerce or condone anybody because it would break the Golden Rule?
Do you want to take it? Yeah. Okay.
Well, that also applies to other like codes in the election code, but also for K, it's basically you can still and like it's coerced or incentivized, like incentivizing by offering like something. Coerce is like a worse way of saying that, but incentivize is also like, I guess it's just adding like a code of ethics, so that could be ethical because incentivizing someone, and also to go off the individual, like someone like can still incentivize their friend who's not a member of any like student government position, just to be like, hey, when I'm president, I can do this for you. But also, I would say no, just because this is specifying which like violation it would be with coercion or like incentivization.
Go for it. Yeah, Brody.
I just want to quickly share two things, if that's all right. To address this question, I think the difference between J and K is that J is talking about coercing or incentivizing or whatever someone to break a rule, whereas J is talking about just having them campaign, right? So the coercion is against the rule in either, but J is about coercing them to break a different rule, right? So that's why they're different. The other thing I quickly just want to just to give some perspective on, and you guys can kind of come to whatever conclusion you want to with the amendment. I think the potential benefit, and I think what EC was looking for in specifying the leadership councils was not that they're not included in other lines, but that they're particularly vulnerable to this, right? Your average student isn't going to be coerced, but the leadership councils, because of the nature of the position, are vulnerable to this. So that's why they want to point it out. Again, do with that what you will, but I think that's the potential benefit or intention.
All right. And then remember, we're also on the amendment about the individual. Okay. Any question? Oh, I said Lazo.
Brody kind of took it away from me, but basically back to what Aile Alcuda was saying, given the nature of the leadership council, whether it's those running a leadership council or whether it's those within it, I think there is an intrinsic nature that might make them feel more compelled. So I think it's better to include it. Is there any way that we can perhaps amend that friendly that would make it more palatable to you?
I mean, if Senate feels that they really want it, I will accept it as a friendly. It literally doesn't change anything, and it's more words. So if people want it, I will take it as a friendly. Okay, I'll accept it as a friendly.
All right. We're still in questioning on the amendment. Collazo, Varela.
Move to vote. I'm sorry. I moved to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate on the amendment. Any objections? All right, seeing none, I'll do Chauhan, Metellus, Collazo.
I think this bill outlines great safeguards for the... Oh, on the amendment. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I think it's a great amendment. Yeah.
Metellus.
Yeah, so I also think it's a good amendment. And I appreciate Wanjin accepting the friendly. I do think having individuals, but also still establishing just especially members of leadership councils, because those are the ones who this most likely might happen to, is great. So I will be voting in favor. May I retain? Or did you? Oh, sorry. No, never mind.
Colazo.
Yep. I think this amendment is great. I do share the same sentiments that Ilea Kuda mentioned. I know that individuals encompasses every single individual within the university, but I think it's also important to add that specification of leadership council because it is ELCers who are affected the most. Because even though they may not be immediately coerced or incentivized, they may feel obligated to be friends with the individuals running that campaign or be friends with cabinet members because they want a cabinet position. And in reality, that is not true. The president-elect and vice president-elect, go through a rigorous process in choosing their cabinet. So yeah, and I'm also proud of Senator Escobar for writing this bill. I think it's mainly been myself and Chair DeCara writing bills related to ENA. So I'm really proud of Senator Escobar and Senator Benesh, they both collaborated in writing this bill. So really proud of that. Yeah, thank you.
All right. With 3 in affirmation, any in negation on the amendment? Henry.
Yeah, sadly, I think the wording of incentivize any individual is too general and broad and might cause complications where some people are just trying to get some help from their friends and get them a sandwich or something, and then that gets reported. So I don't know.
All right, Varela.
Can I actually direct a question to either Wanjan or Supervisor Alexis Brown to just for clarification?
You may.
Whoever may answer. So I guess sticking to Henry's point, I wanted to what would an election, I guess, violation or ethics violation hearing look like if, say, like Henry said, somebody got their friends to do campaigning for them and then said, hey, thank you all, I'm going to buy you all lunch today. Would that be an ethics violation if this amendment passes?
Luke or whoever wants to take it.
I'll cover it first, and then if you have anything else to say, you can definitely add. I'd say probably it would be a lower tier violation than promising somebody a cabinet position, because since we're not putting it in a specific tier. Additionally, I just want to call out the fact that as far as them campaigning, they're already not allowed to give people pretty much anything other than pamphlets and educational materials about their campaign. So being allowed to give people campaigning for you stuff doesn't make much sense if you're not allowed to give the people you're trying to get to vote for you stuff. But yeah, I'll yield to Luke.
In terms of the analogy of promising to get all your people lunch, if that were to be and if affidavit and a whole violation process was heard for that, it eventually would go to a violation hearing where the witnesses themselves and the speaker would have the person who made the offer, and then any of the people who are willing to that were made that offer to would have the chance to speak on it. And if those people enough of those people interpreted it, then EC would have reasonable action to basically decide that. However, based on my knowledge, it's really unlikely EC will even issue a violation for something as simple as offering to buy lunch for people who are outside for 10 hours a day helping you campaign, if that makes sense.
All right, we're still in debate on the amendment. Johnson.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're in the voting procedures on the individual, including members of any leadership council. It was accepted as a friendly. All right, with a vote count of 32 to 2 to 2, the amendment passes. All right, Escobar. Is it? Yeah, I'll see this technical. All right. I'll do Metellus, Johnson, Varela.
So I'll be voting in favor of this bill. I'm actually surprised that something like this doesn't already exist. So cheers to Chair Escobar for catching this and writing something about it, so that this can be in statutes that stuff like this is not acceptable. So I'll be voting in favor and encourage you guys to do the same.
Johnson.
Yeah, Chair Metellus kind of took the words out of my mouth, so please stop doing that. Congratulations on writing your first bill. You did such a good job. Also, I did end up sponsoring this, speaking to no administration in particular, but there is a pattern in the 3 years I have been here. Again, I'm not talking about nobody. I absolutely promise. So I'm really happy we're putting this down in writing. I would like for us to be professional and stop being weird to SGLCers. Thank you.
All right. Barella.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right. Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures on internal bill 5626. Yeah. All right, with the vote count of 35 to 0 to 1, internal bill 5626 passes on second reading. All right, Colazo, yes.
More so like a question. Would Senator Vice Chair Valera be open to seeing his bill after ENA caucus time? It's 10 and we have like a lot of confirmations.
Yeah.
So
do you know if Senator Gaudio is coming or?
I do not know. But like I made the ENA committee aware, I won't be calling for a chair election.
Okay, got it. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Are you okay with that? Okay. So is there a motion to move to internal committee caucus time? Any objections? All right, seeing none, internal committee caucus time, ENA is 30 minutes. I recess this meeting at 10:01 p.m. We will reconvene at 10:31 p.m.
Okay. So, all those confirmees, please come to the middle table. If you're not a confirmee, you can wait in the peanut gallery, and everyone else can either wait in here quietly or step out. Okay, ENA, if you guys could sit closer to me, and then the candidates, if you could sit on this side, and members sit on this side. Members on this, members, confirmees. Tyler, yeah, if you could please. Morissette, could you sit on this side?
Mind you.
Okay, Andrew. Sorry, I'm trying to get a roll. I just want to, Okay. I don't have a vice chair. That's so funny. Pro Tem Morissette, is that okay? Would you like to be vice chair? Yes, I posted agenda. If anyone can be vice chair, that'd be amazing. Yes. Is it not in files? Okay, cool. I just don't see like y'all's icons. Okay, now I do. Okay, so I call this meeting to order at 10:03 p.m. Roll call verification of quorum, Senator Escobar. Present. She's excused. She's not present. Cool. All right. Take a look at the last meeting's minutes, and I'll take a motion. There's been a motion to approve last meeting's minutes. Are there any objections? Seeing none, I'll take a look at today's agenda, and I'll take a motion. There's been a motion to approve today's agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Announcements from the chair. None. Announcements from the vice chair. Hi, everyone. We'll be seeing former Senator Borges's confirmation today and Commissioner's rights confirmation today. We will not be holding chair elections, and I will explain later on. But yeah. Any questions for myself? Okay. Announcements from committee members. Supervisor Brown, Pro Tem Morstead, do you have anything? All right, seeing none. Our announcements from non-committee members. Good. Okay. New business bills, non-confirmations. Tyler Borges to Rosen College Hospitality seat. Wow. Rosen College of Hospitality Management seat number 2. All right. Borges, you know the drill. Is there a motion for speeches, questioning, and debate? There's been a motion for a 555. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Borges, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. So, hey guys, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Tyler Borges. I would like to be the Rosen College of Hospitality Management. It is a lot to say. Seat 2. It's really nice to see a seat 1. I have been a senator 3 times in the past. So this will be number 4 if confirmed. I have served as CRT chair. I've served as ORS chair twice, Finance Office Vice Chair, ANSF Budget Committee Vice Chair, and Disability Caucus Vice Chair. I've also sat in every committee except for, I think, SBA. So coming back to Senate, I know there's not a lot of time till the session ends, but I do have a few initiatives. I think you guys have my documents. First, I'd like to help run more fiscal workshops. I have run several in the past, and I've helped Comptroller Samillo, but I'd really love to focus on more and running workshops for Rosen students and RSOs. I'd also like to help each college's senators to run fiscal workshops for their individual colleges. Second, one of my main initiatives as a senator in the past was to get Rosen its first ever honors course. It was the only college to not have one. It does have one now. The Honors History and Culture of Wine is now the most popular honors course, and we want to make a second one, so I'd love to make sure we get that done. It's supposed to be theme park related as of now. And then third, I'd love to work on making sure Rosen seats do not remain unfilled. Whenever I've resigned in the past, it would become empty. So it's really nice to see there's a senator there right now. But I'd love to speak with Rosen students on Rosen's campus, assist EC's efforts in this upcoming election, and then just make sure that the Rosen Dean is amplifying our messaging about elections so that it's no longer empty. I yield.
Thank you so much. We have now entered a period of questioning. All those wishing to question the appointee, raise your hand. No. 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 You're only allowed in regards to election statutes. I want at least one question. I know we're in internal committee caucus time, but at least one question. Senator Escobar?
Yeah, so I'd really like to go back to CRT and ORS as I've chaired them, and I think it would be pretty easy to go back in. But considering I haven't sat an SBA ever, it could be cool to finish my 7th committee and sit on all of them. So I'm definitely considering that for sure.
All right, are there any other questions for the appointee? I'm seeing none. Is there a motion? Senator Escobar? Okay. There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? All those wishing, okay, cool, great. Oh my God. All those wishing to speak in debate. Okay, Senator Banesh?
I'll be voting in favor. I've never talked to this former senator, but I remember him sitting in the back and always commenting on fiscal stuff if we got it wrong. So I have complete and total faith in this senator. He's already done this. Like, this is the 4th time around. So I encourage y'all to vote in favor.
Any other senator wishing to speak in debate? Senator Rudy.
I love the idea of adding another honors course, and I think that's a great initiative. So I'll be voting in favor.
Okay, thank you so much. Any other senator wishing to speak in debate? Okay, seeing none, there's been a motion to move to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, all those all those in favor of the candidate, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, thank you. All those not in favor of the candidate, and all those abstaining. With a vote count of 5 to 0 to 1, you have been confirmed by ANA. All right, moving on. Alicia Wright of the Election Commission to serve as the Assistant Supervisor for Elections. Commissioner Wright, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready. You do not.
Okay, I don't use it. Okay. Hi. I'm Alicia Wright. I'm a senior majoring in health sciences. Since I've been here at UCF, I've been involved in a few organizations. I currently serve as the Cultural and Social Awareness Director for the Black Student Union. I got my start in student government through SGLC and EOC my freshman year. Aside from currently being a part of EC, I am a member of Black Caucus and Disability Caucus. And then aside from on-campus leadership, I volunteer weekly at Orlando Health. I started that this month. Yeah, so I've been a part of EC. This would be my second year in EC, and so I saw how firsthand EC is a vital part of student government and how it ensures that SG is run by students who thrive to make UCF a better place. So as you can see from my goal sheet, I have plans to make this election increase in voter count and increase in Senate forum. We are currently working on ways in EC to make that happen with either new ways to format the Senate forum and just coming up with new ways to increase voter count as well. Also, my goal to build the intercommission relations. We currently have a social committee, something new that Supervisor Brown implemented this year. So they are in charge of planning social events, team building, things like that for EC. So that's kind of how that goal can be checked off. And then just finally, as I'm knowing in enforcing election statutes, I would create positive and enjoyable election experience for all candidates and campaigns. Being the determined person that I am, I'm looking forward to making the upcoming election run efficiently and doing my part to make sure that UCF has the ability to strive in future years. It would be an honor to be assistant supervisor and be a representative of the UCF student body and student government, and I yield my time.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner Wright. We've now entered a period of questioning. Are there any questions for the candidate? At least one question, please. Senator Benesh.
Are you excited to be in this role?
Yes, I'm very excited.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we've now entered a period of debate. All those wishing to speak in debate, please indicate so. Pro Tem Morissette.
I have known Commissioner Wright since SGLC, and she is always on top of things. Anything that she commits to do, she will do, as well as I've seen her work in EC, every event, every forum, every debate. She was there and very prevalent in helping everybody that was there, whether they were a student or an actual ticket or candidate. So for that reason, I'll be voting in favor, and I encourage you all to do as well.
Senator Escobar.
I will also be voting in favor. I've seen the candidate around the SG office, and their initiatives and experience are definitely they're definitely qualified, and I'll be voting in favor.
Senator Benesh.
I will also be voting in favor, similar to the past sentiments of my other senators. This candidate is very, very qualified. We're in Black Caucus together, so I see this commissioner very often. And I know that she's committed and will do anything she needs to do in this role. So I encourage y'all to vote in favor.
All right. Is there any other piece of debate? Seeing none, is there a motion? It's been a motion to move to voting procedures. Are there any objections? All those in favor of the candidate, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All those not in favor? All those abstaining? With a vote count of 6-0, you've been confirmed by a name. Congratulations. All right, moving on. Thank you. All right, non-compliance is none. Member discussion. Hi, everyone. So this will be my last time in ENA. So here's the sitch. Okay, so it was brought to my attention by the supervisor of elections that one of our members was interfering with informational sessions when it came to candidates. I politely asked that senator to reconsider their decision of being nominated as ANA chair, as I believe the ANA chair is supposed to act as an completely impartial, but supposed to respect the boundaries and the professionalism and the privacy of the job of the supervisor. And they did let me know that they withdrew from being considered as ENA chair. With that being said, currently the only nomination for ENA chair is Senator Escobar. However, since I'm leaving the committee, I don't want to influence the committee in making a decision, or I would say chairing that decision-making process, just because I have to take that kind of like administrative action. So I will leave it up to you all as committee members next week to elect your ENA chair. I feel as though this is appropriate. However, I'll leave it up to you guys. If you want to do it today, that's totally fine. We can do it today. But just, I don't know. It's a difficult situation that I'm in. So Supervisor Election Brown, if you want to add anything.
Though the situation was relevant to me, I do believe you should still allow the other senator that is not currently present to at least allow him to speak about this matter before you all make your decision, to allow his voice to at least be heard.
Senator Benesh.
I just had a question. Are we able to add more nominations like next week, or will it just stay as Senator Escobar in the case that, you know what I mean? I think.
Yeah, we can call for more nominations today. It would just require a motion to reopen the floor for nominations, and then I'll hear nominations and I'll ask the person if they accept their nomination, and then we close the floor for nominations. Are there any other questions for myself? Is there like a general consensus that we want the election to be held next week then? Okay. So I will tell Senate President Pullman an acting chair will be appointed. That probably will be Pro Temp Morissette. And I will also be present to facilitate in any way that I can, even though I'm not a member of the committee. So, with that being said, is there a motion? Yes, Senator Benesh. There's been a motion to move to miscellaneous business. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we are there. Nominations and elections of the ENA chair. Nominations. Is there a motion? There's been a motion to reopen the floor for nominations. Are there any objections? Seeing none, are there any nominations? Senator Benesh.
I nominate myself and Senator Patel.
Okay. Senator Patel, do you accept?
I do not, respectfully.
Senator Benesh, do you accept your own nomination?
Well, yeah.
All right. Okay. Senator Benesh humbly accepts. Are there any other nominations? Okay. Is there a motion? There's been a motion to close the floor for nominations. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, is there a motion? No, that's fine. Because, yeah, that's fine. All right, is there any other miscellaneous business for today? Yeah.
So, in the event that you are the chair of a committee, I know you guys have like the Senate exec meetings.
Yes.
What times are those at? And what happens if maybe you have like a work commitment or something?
So they're at 6. They're 1 hour prior to Senate. There is no penalty for not showing up. You just have to let the Senate president and the pro temp know that you're going to be absent, and then you'll be excused. There's no penalty. I know that have been some exec members where they couldn't show up like last semester, but they can show up this semester, but their vice chair was present. So it's just about managing that. Yes, Pro Temp Morissette? At 10:03 p.m. Are there any questions for myself? Okay. Is there a motion? There's been a motion to adjourn pending final roll call. Are there any objections? Pro Temp Morissette? Same as initial. I adjourn this meeting at 10:21 p.m.
Brody, I have a question. So, did they ask for 30 minutes? Can we start before the 30 minutes are up? So we have to wait. I knew that rule. I just wanted to confirm. So
All right, we still have quite a bit of business to get through. so we're gonna go ahead and get started. All right, we do have an hour and a half left. We're actually doing pretty good. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 confirmations, and then from there we can go back to old business and then back to the new business. Does that sound good? Okay. We can do it. Everyone lock in. All right. I reconvene this meeting at 10:32 p.m. All right. Internal committee reports. ENA committee, Vice Chair Colazo.
Hi, everyone. So these are the confirmations for today. They've all been confirmed by ENA, either by 6-0 or 5-0 vote. And ENA chair elections will happen next Wednesday. So if you're not in ENA and you want to be chair or vice chair, be appointed today.
Any questions? Gumrov.
Could you place the meeting minutes like linked in here somewhere?
What meeting minutes?
The one we used to confirm these people.
All right. Any further questions, Varela?
I see that. Wait, no, never mind. I retract my question. I got it.
All right. Any further questions? All right. Seeing none, GAP Committee Chair Vasquez.
Hi, everyone. Oh my God, I wrote hi, GAP. This isn't GAP. The legislative priority survey is now active. I linked it there for you guys, so please let me know if it's not working or if it is. Please take the time to fill it out. I'm expecting to see probably about like 30 submissions, considering that's the amount of people in this room approximately. So please take the time to fill it out and share it with anyone and everyone you can. For those not in GAP, the purpose of the survey is to gather data on student opinions regarding topics that are being targeted and affected by current state legislation. We use the data to see which topics we will vote upon and choose to take to the day at the Capitol event in April. We're also setting goals for ourselves to meet each week, to meet a sort of quota of submissions, and we're going to begin tabling efforts to promote it starting next week using a flyer with a QR code. We also continued our research efforts and discussed the possibility of collaborating with the Office of Civil Discourse and Engagement on a workshop providing information and resources for students affected by House Bill 45. And that's it for me.
Metellus.
I don't know if I missed it or anything, but when will Day at the Capitol silence be released if you have a date?
It should be coming out soon. It's not really my I don't run the applications or anything like that, but it should be coming out soon. The event is going to be on April 8th, but there is going to be an application and an interview process, and obviously everything needed to info sessions and stuff like that to prepare everyone. But it should be coming soon from the GAC.
Any further questions? All right. LJR committee will do Vice Chair Colazo.
Hi, everyone. Chair Courts cannot be here today, so I'll be reading her announcements on her behalf. Hello, Senate. I hope you are all doing well. Yesterday in committee, we saw 4 absences. Anna Reed and Jordan Lipner approved 5-0. Hunter Thoss denied 0-5. Zachary Gaudio approved 4-0. We also spent time in committee editing the Canva presentation that we created for our statue event in the fall. The purpose of editing was to make sure the information was more digestible for the SGLCers as we will be presenting it to the next SLC meeting. Last thing for me, we'll be holding LJR Vice Chair elections next week. If you wish to be nominated and have not been already, please join LJR. Also, RIP to Vice Chair Colazo, you will be missed.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, SBA Committee Chair Hamid.
Hi, everyone. I hope you've all had a great week. So this past meeting, we saw Proclamation 5626, which passed on first reading. We also tabled at the Women's Health Fair and collected a whole ton of concerns. So if you're interested in doing any of them, please let me know. I have 7 pages of them, so there is a lot. D&D announcements. So I have officially placed you in your D&D groups. Please fill out the when to meet. If you don't fill out the when to meet, then you can't play, and that will be sad. Also, Brody has provided a really helpful tool to start thinking about what your character wants to be. helping you figure all that out. So I suggest using it. Also, both groups will be using dice, so buy dice. If you need help buying dice, let me know. Also, Litro fundraiser, which is an SBA initiative, is being done by one of the RSOs we're working with. So it's tomorrow between 5 to 9. Please go and please post about it. Also, happy birthday to Senator Hendry.
All right. To you. It was like once it started, we couldn't stop it. There was no point in stopping it. All right. Okay. Back to focus though. More set.
2 questions. Is it too late to join the D&D group?
I waited till there was exactly 14 people. So I will say.
So it is too late to
So
join
it
the
is too
D&D
late,
group.
but if there's enough interest, we could do a second one. Or if unless Brody protests to doing that.
I rescind my second question.
Okay. Any further questions? Green.
I am so sorry. Where do we access the Win to Meet for that?
It's in the group chats. And if you're not in the group chats, you signed up too late.
Well,
I'm sorry.
Okay. Any questions? All right. Seeing none. Confirmations. I'll remind you again, we have an hour and 20 minutes left. So let's try to be as efficient as we possibly can. All right. First up for confirmations, we have D. Muratov for College of Engineering and Computer Sciences, seat number 2. Is there a motion for a 5-10-10? Any objections? All right, seeing none, what's your question?
This might be directed to Brody, I think. I don't know who it is directed to. I'm clicking on the link in the sway that takes me to for his confirmation materials, and it says this item might not exist or is no longer available.
All right, while we work on that, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Oh, I am ready. So, before you ask me that question, this name spells as Din Muhammad Murata. Yeah, that's my full name, but I go D. I met some of you before. Some of you I have not, I believe. But I am an engineering major student here. This is my second semester at UCF, and it's been pretty good. I like this school. Technically, I'm freshman, but credit-wise, I'm more of a junior. And so I had some experience of college, but I never had an experience of college this big. Yeah, university. So in my college, I had an experience of being in SGA. It was pretty good. That was actually one of my first time I used to work with SGA, work as one part of it, and it was awesome. We didn't have that many students, we didn't have that many members, but it was for good and for the bad. And so here, I finally gained all my confidence to try and join SGA, our SGA, to do basically the same job I did over there, to help student body, to advocate for them, because they needed, we are the student body, we are the SGA, and because the students and the student body is very insecure, in my opinion. There might be some pressure from administration, there might be some pressure from the other sources, and we serve as a layer that helps, guides, and regulates student body to be represented fairly and with dignity. That's what my view is. And I believe that I will do my best, if you, of course, vote for me, to do my job and to do exactly what I said here or in any other branches if I decide to go in the future of our SGA. Thank you, guys. I'm out.
All right, we're now online for questioning. You guys have 10 minutes. Benwick, Benesh.
Per Title 3 of the U.S. or not U.S. Senate, SG Senate, how many days do you have to be financially and ethically trained?
I believe I have to. The new elected senators have to be financially trained for at least a week.
It's going to be 10 business days.
Yeah, 10 business days. Yeah.
All right, any further questions? Oh, I said Benesh, sorry.
Can you name 2 senatorial duties?
Yes, of course. The very first of them is to represent their college fairly. It's the most important one because we are in our respective colleges. And the second one could be anything, but I would more stick with to vote, depending on your opinion, on resolutions that are going up in the Senate sessions.
All right, any further questions? Lim and then Gumarov.
If appointed, what committees do you want to join?
Yeah, that's a good question. Right now, I'm leaning more towards the GAP, the Government Affairs and Policies, and FAO, the Finance Allocation for Organizations.
Gumarov.
In your time as being a student through your major, have you noticed any particular problems that you came in here wanting to fix?
Yes, of course, I did notice. This is my major related, and I just started lab work here in UCF. I work in a smaller lab, but it's an official lab of the UCF. And the problem is that smaller labs usually don't get as much funding, or they don't get funding at all from the from the university. And I think that's a problem because it's only that the bigger labs getting a big chunk of the pie, and I think that should not be right because even the smallest lab here, that is official lab with enough equipment and smart people, we the students can do as much as the biggest lab they can. It's not about the size; it's about the people in there. And so I think all labs deserve funding. That's one problem I noticed so far. Thank you.
Richmond.
Are you available Thursday, March 6th at 3 p.m.?
Say March 6th, what?
At 3 p.m.
3 p.m. I would say yes more than no, but I would check.
Perfection.
I would have to check.
Okay, Benwick.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. All right, I'll do Richmond, Benesh, Metellus.
Seeing as this potential senator is more likely than not available for his deemed meeting, I will be voting in favor and encourage all of y'all to do the same.
Benesh.
This candidate, it seems like he has a lot of experience founding like engineering clubs and being involved in engineering things, which I think is very pivotal to his college. He's also from my city, so we have to represent Palm Beach. I'll be voting in favor. Yes.
Metellus.
May I retain?
You may.
More CECS senators. Yes, I'll be voting in favor. Move to vote.
Oh, wait. I'm not allowed to do that. Sorry. Colazo.
Guys.
That's my
I
bad.
move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. All right, with the vote count of 34 to 0 to 0, D. Muratov is confirmed for College of Engineering and Computer Science, seat number 2. Congrats.
Thank you.
And then Bella should be around. Yeah. I let her know. Okay. Next, we have Nicholas Lucht for College of Engineering and Computer Science, seat number 8. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Nicholas Licht, and I am a honors mechanical engineering and economics student here at UCF. And it's nice to see a few familiar faces in the audience. It's been nice playing Senate soccer with you, and it's actually one of the things that made me want to join Senate in the first place. So obviously, one of my friends is a senator, and whenever we used to talk, he talked about how great it was and things like that. So it got me interested, and obviously I joined the Senate soccer team, and I was able to see the environment that Senate creates and the people that work in it. And I came to find out a little bit more about what Senate does. So I started watching the Thursday night live streams, and I came to fall in love with what was going on here. The advocacy for students and all that stuff is really important to me. My community involvement has been a big part of my life. In high school, in my senior year, I founded the German Culture Club at my high school, and I grew that to about 80 members, and that was a big part of my my senior year, and it was a lot of fun, and I really enjoyed doing that. I continued that here. I joined the German Club alongside the SolidWorks Student Leadership Program, where I'm obtaining my CSWA certification in SolidWorks, which has been really beneficial, and I hope to use that in the future. And then I also joined the tennis club and intramural tennis. I played that last semester, and obviously the Senate soccer team. So I like to be involved. It doesn't feel like a lot of work to me because I enjoy it. I want to advocate for club membership. I think it's one of the most pivotal things a student can join and do in while they're at university. I mean, I know that there's a lot of clubs here that help you professionally, but also socially. And I think that's something that people should be encouraged to join. And I think that a lot of people aren't doing as much as they could. There's a lot of people that have a lot of free time here. And if they knew about the benefits on a deeper level, I think that they would really benefit from doing that. I think that would be it. And I yield the rest of my time to questioning.
All right, we're now online for questioning. Are there any questions? Metellus, Richmond, Benwick.
Can you name or state 2 duties of a senator?
Yeah, so they must be on at least one committee, maximum of 2, and they must attend the weekly meetings and not have more than 2 absences for the semester.
Richmond.
Are you available Thursday, March 6th at 3 p.m.? Perfection.
Benwick.
One, I just want to say, I think it's really cool that you started the German club. I did German in high school, and I just like that someone else did that because I feel like it's not popular, at least in Florida. And 2, my question for you is, do you think that, I'm assuming you're a double major, it says engineering and economics? Yes. And you're also in honors college, right? Yes. And with involvement in all these clubs and stuff, do you think that adding SGA onto that and your committee membership and all that might be too time consuming, or do you feel that you're comfortable balancing it?
No, I think I'm quite comfortable. I think all of last semester I learned a lot about scheduling my classes and things like that, and I'm taking a lot more early morning classes now, and I have the free time to do it. And the things like intramural tennis and club tennis and things like that, those aren't strict time commitments. And all the clubs that I'm in, other than the SolidWorks one, which I'm completing now, so I'll have that. I'll be done with that. So I still have plenty of free time. There's plenty of time where I'm just sitting in my dorm doing nothing other than homework. So yeah, I'll definitely be able to commit the time.
Banesh.
Are there any committees or caucuses you want to join?
Yes, I would like to be on the FAO committee. I like the financial side of it, and I love. I would like to advocate for student or for clubs to get the funding that they need so that they can like help the students in what I said previously. And then the sustainability caucus. You know, when I first came here, I saw how green it was and things like that, and it was it was a nice thing to see. So I'd want nothing more than for that experience to be the same for everyone that leaves here or is currently here. So yeah, that's what I would love. Yeah.
Kringle.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. I'll do, okay, Sherman, Hamid, Barella.
Yeah, so I feel like I can speak to this candidate pretty well because he is my roommate. And so I do know that he has taken a genuine interest in student government. His resume looks good, which is not a huge coincidence because I proofread it. But I do know that he plans to take student government very seriously, so I will be voting in favor.
Hamid.
So I'm going to be voting in favor. I love the SolidWorks Club as a CSWA teacher. I hope you go for your CSWP. Yup. Also, bro is so good at soccer. We need to keep him on the team. And I think that this would kind of low-key force him to stay on the team because he was like one of the only non-senators, but now you're like really part of the team, which is great. But on a real note, I think that he's going to take this so seriously. I really love his passion coming into this. And I hope you all agree with me and will vote in favor.
Barella.
Can I retain?
No.
Oh, never mind. I forget I said that. Anyway, yeah, I think clearly we all should be voting in favor of this candidate. I was also part of the soccer team until I lost my appendix. But in the time that I was on the soccer team, he was super committed. The passion he showed was pretty incredible considering he wasn't even a senator, but he kind of gave it all for the team. And even if he uses a quarter of that passion for Senate, it'll be more than enough. So I think he'll be a boon for our body. So I think we should vote yes.
All right, with 3 in affirmation. All right, Clauso.
I will say before I make the motion, I lived in Germany for 5 years, so I said that during his confirmation during ENA, so really happy to see that. Just wanted to mention that. Anyways, move to vote.
All right, there's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with the vote count of 35 to 0, Nicholas Luke is confirmed. Congratulations. All right, you're gonna go back to the student government office, and then yes.
Present and voting.
All right, Senator Muratov, present and voting, so noted at 10:54 p.m. Okay, yeah, thank you for explaining that. Okay. All right, next up we have Tyler Borges for Rosen College of Hospitality Management, seat number 2. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
It's been so long since I made that walk. Sorry. Okay, so hi. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Tyler Borges. I am a senior event management major. I'd like to be the Rosen College of Hospitality Management, seat 2. It's so good to see that we have a seat 1 over there. So if you guys didn't know, I have been a senator 3 times. I have been CRT chair. I have been ORS chair twice. I've been finance office vice chair. I've been activity and service fee budget committee vice chair, and I've been disability caucus vice chair. So I have a lot of experience. I've sat on every committee except for, I think, SBA. We might want to change that. Going back in the Senate, and there's not much time left. So in my documents, there is some initiatives. First, I'd love to really run some more fiscal workshops. I have in the past. I've ran a few for Comptroller Similo, and I've ran some for Rosen specifically, and I'd love to continue that. I'd also love to help each of the individual colleges run workshops for your colleges. Second, one of the main initiatives I had when I was a senator was to get Rosen's first ever honors course. It's the only academic college that did not have one until we made the History and Culture of Wine, which is now the most popular honors course. This honors course that we would like to do would likely be theme park related. any of you guys in the honors program, look out for that. It'll be a lot of fun. And then third, I'd love to work to make sure Rosen never goes empty again. I'd love to work with the election commission to make sure I'm there and tabling and making sure that people are signing up to run. And I'd also like to work with the Rosen Dean about messaging for Senate. But thank you for your time. That's all I yield.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. I'll do Kringle, Benwick, Rodriguez.
Are you interested in any committees or caucuses?
Yes. So I'm interested in CRT and ORS as I've chaired them both before, but I think I may have been persuaded to join SBA. Because I've never done it before. Out of all 7, it's the only one I've never actually sat on before. And also the transient ad hoc caucus seems cool because they like to help out Rosen and other things. So
Benwick.
So I just want to know, kind of for clarification purposes, I see your expected graduation is May of 2025. Why are you interested in filling this seat for the next 3 months, as it'll be primarily a transition period?
yeah, so as I have been a senator 3 times, there's going to be like no need for me to really learn how things work. I can go right into helping the seat 1, making sure that she knows what she can do and what she's able to, and to help her complete her initiatives, and also continue the ones that I've already started for the past 3 years. I think one of the important things is that the appointments are over. So if it's not me, it's no one. And I think someone being there is important.
Rodriguez.
Forgive me if you already mentioned it, but why did you leave Senate?
So I had an internship in DC, and I couldn't find a sign over because, as the other seat knows, there's really no one who wants to be a senator out of Rosen, unfortunately. And then my absence request didn't get approved, which is fair. So, yeah.
Johnson.
Could you elaborate more on how you want to work with EC?
Yeah. So I know EC does try to get over to the other campuses as much as possible, but they're only a few people, unfortunately, and I know they do their best, but they have set amount of hours during the election period and outside of that, and it's never enough. And I know Luke doesn't get paid enough. But one of the things that I could do as a senator is really go out there and table more. And I used to be a tour guide there actually too. And so I'd even be willing to give people maybe from main campus some tours to get them familiar with the campus, because not many people know about Rosen. So there's a beer and wine lab. It's really cool. We should go.
Kringle.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? You object? All right, do you withdraw? Okay, Lazo.
I just had a really quick question. So I know that Rosen has that like 500-hour internship requirement, and I know that was an issue in the past. How can you assure us that that won't become another issue again?
Yeah, so one of the biggest things about Rosen is that we do require 2 internships, full-time and paid, to graduate. That's why you don't see a lot of Rosen people wanting to be senators. It's also a 45-minute drive from campus. So if you leave here at midnight, you're not getting back till at least 1 a.m. One of the things that I want to do is, it may sound kind of strange, but targeting specifically freshmen who have a little more time, who may still be living on main campus, is really important. So getting at least 2 freshmen to sign up for elections could be the way to make sure it doesn't happen. Okay.
Reed.
Can you take that one class even if you're not an honor student?
So you can't take that specific one, but Rosen does offer beer and wine classes that are open to any student.
This changes everything. Thank you.
You do not have to be 21. You have to be 18 and up. That's all.
Hamid.
Are you free at 10 a.m. on Tuesdays? Great, that's when SBA is.
All right. Colazo.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. All right, I'll do Ruben, Kringle, Benesh.
So I think it's pretty obvious that this candidate is very well qualified and has some great initiatives. And as the other Rosen senator, I could not speak more highly of the fact that we do need more representation for Rosen, as being one of those freshmen who is still on main campus. And that is why I'm able to fill this role. I entirely agree. And I can't wait to work with him to help make those initiatives. So I encourage you all to vote yes. And I will be voting yes as well.
Kringle.
Yeah, Borges is one of like the most knowledgeable and understanding and just honestly one of the nicest like senators we have here. He's willing to help like anyone out with anything. He helped me with CRT this year when we had some Rosen events. He fully advocated for CRT there, even though he wasn't a senator at the time, and he put his time towards it. So I can't thank him enough for that. But also Rosen's fantastic campus. I'm currently there doing a certificate, the beverage management certificate. Those classes are amazing. Guys, take the classes. It's like 20 people in there. You get to drink wine and food and beer and spirits. Anyway, but I'll be voting in favor.
Dinesh.
Yeah, the other senators basically took my sentiments. This is a gravely qualified candidate. Congrats on your internship. Glad you're back. I'll be voting in favor. I encourage y'all to do the same.
Colazo.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 36 to 0, Tyler Borges is confirmed for Rosen College of Hospitality Management, seat number 2. Congratulations. All right. You know the drill too, yeah. Okay. All right. Lute. All right, Senator Lute, present and voting, so noted at 11:02 p.m. All right, next up we have Alicia Wright for Assistant Supervisor of Elections. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay. Wait, is it on? Is it on? Yeah. Okay. Hello. Good evening, Senate. My name is Alicia Wright. I'm a senior majoring in health sciences with aspirations of becoming an anesthesiologist. Since I've been here at UCF, I've been involved in a few organizations. I currently serve as the Black Student Union's Cultural and Social Awareness Director. I got my start in student government through SGOC and EOC in my freshman year. And aside from being a part of EC, I'm also in the Black Caucus and Disability Caucus. And aside from leadership positions on campus, I also volunteer weekly at Orlando Health. This past, as I mentioned before, it's my second year in EC. And so I saw firsthand how EC is a vital part of student government and how it ensures that SG is run by students striving to make UCF a better place. As you can see from my goal sheet, I have plans to make this election increase in voter count, increase attendance for the Senate forum. So we're actively working on ways to promote the election and also working on ways to kind of structure the Senate forum differently so that we can increase attendance for that to make sure that senators have the chance to showcase their platforms for their college. And then as well as my goal to build inter-commission relations. We currently have a social committee within EC, so they're in charge of planning team building and bonding events for members of EC. So that's how that goal can get accomplished. And just finally, as I'm knowing and enforcing election statutes, I would create a positive and enjoyable election experience for all candidates and campaigns. Being the determined person that I am looking forward to making the upcoming election run efficiently and doing my part to make sure that UCF has the ability to strive in future years. It will be an honor to serve as assistant and to also be representative of UCF student body and student government. Thank you. I yield my time.
All right, we're now online for questioning. Are there any questions? Metellus.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. I'll do Metellus, Johnson, Benesh. Oh, sorry.
I cannot speak any higher of this candidate. They have done so much work throughout UCF and in student government. They're a great member of Black Caucus and have shown their dedication in the caucus, and they've also done such a great job in EC. I definitely will be voting in favor of this candidate. I know they will do great in this position, and I can't wait to see them flourish should we vote them in this position.
Johnson.
I can speak higher of this candidate because Alicia Wright is my very best friend. I know for a fact, not to get emotional, I was meant to come to UCF to meet Alicia Wright. That is my best friend, the other half of my soul, my top follower, 'cause she was born the day after me, so still better. But yeah, I don't know, man, she's a genius. Like the amount of work that she puts into her class time and her volunteering and her family, because her family, she held her family on her back. So I just know she's going to do such a good job with EC, and I love you and I'm so happy for you. Now I have to abstain, but I want you guys to vote in favor.
Finish.
Well, I feel like I can't really talk what Autumn says, so Alicia, you got this.
Right, Colazo.
For the last time, move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with the vote count of 36 to 0 to 1, Alicia Wright is confirmed for the Assistant Supervisor of Elections. Congratulations. All right, last one, we're making good time. All right, Andrew Colazo for Deputy Pro Tempore of Legislative Affairs. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready. Oh, yes. Borges.
President voting.
Senator Borges, present and voting, so noted at 11:08 p.m. You have a question really quick?
Who's allowed to move to vote now? Okay.
We're good. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Last time I was confirmed was when I was a justice 2 years ago. So it's really, I would say it's really different being on the other side, especially since I've been in a vice chair for like 9 months now. So definitely feeling the nerves as any other comp for me. But usually, when it comes to selecting deputies, it's during at the beginning of the session and you don't really know that individual. But I think that you guys know who I am. I've either met you personally through SGLC, my time as a justice, and you were an SGLC member, or just through ENA, and you were appointed by President Lister, and ENA saw your confirmation. So I'm deeply humbled and very honored to be appointed for this position. I think the position of Deputy Pro Tempore of Legislative Affairs has been scrutinized a lot over the past few years that I've been here in SGLC. A lot of responsibility has been placed on that individual, especially or holding them accountable when it comes to fiscal things. But I think it's also important to note that this position is responsible for both of all legislation, both fiscal and internal. And I believe I'll be the first person in like a few years to come from internal leadership instead of fiscal leadership into this role. While I recognize that the position will require me to, write fiscal legislation, I also acknowledge the fact that I'm also required to review and advise on internal legislation, which I think most of you know me on that side of myself, that either you've personally come to me about, advising you on some sort of legislation, or you come personally to me about my bills, and you know me for introducing legislation. That's what I do. I love doing legislation. If you look at my my materials, you'll see some just broad kind of initiatives. I can't really reinvent the wheel here. This isn't this isn't a new session. This isn't May. I do want to have some sort of continuity. However, one thing that I really do want to emphasize is legislative workshops. I think it's so important that everyone in this room knows how to write a bill, whether that be a proclamation, a resolution, internal bill, fiscal bills. I think they're very, very important to know. There was conversation about, putting caucuses back under Senate, and the conversation was, who's going to take up that bill? And of course, it was usually myself or anyone else who's written internal legislation. But I think anyone in this room should be qualified to write legislation. So I'm hoping to do that by, office hours and things like that. I also want to be very open and transparent with the position. I think during my reports, I will let you know what kind of legislation we'll be seeing tonight, fiscal legislation, internal legislation, so proclamation and things like that. I also want to act as a legislative liaison on your behalf. If you are writing a bill that affects another branch, I want to be, CC'd in those emails. I want to be in those meetings to make sure, acting as a mediator in those conversations, while, giving you a perspective like, yes, I understand that you want to make these changes, and I definitely understand your perspective. However, let's look at it from the other branch's purview, especially when it comes to, legislation I've introduced, because I know that's been a little controversial. But I also, they're not here, which is so sad. I really wanted to thank Chair Quartz and Chair DeCara for, allowing me to be their vice chair for this past 9 months and letting me advise them.
1 minute remaining.
Knowledge and judicial and things like that. But yeah, I yield for question.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. I'll start with Wanjin Hamid Benwick.
So your deputy initiatives, one of them is biweekly/monthly fiscal legislation meetings. Would you be able to elaborate on that?
Sure. So this is kind of like a tentative kind of initiative. It just depends on the committee whether or not they have legislation. So for example, if I know that ENA is experiencing a lot of legislation because we are reviewing the election statutes. So I definitely want to sit down with the ENA chair and their vice chair to discuss, what you're looking at, what changes we're looking at to the election statutes. Additionally, again, with the LJR chair, discussions around caucuses and things like that, any other necessary changes. Again, ORS is the only committee that can change the finance code. So definitely meeting with that. I think these meetings will be need be, not mandatory. But I also think it's important that I do meet with fiscal leadership and internal leadership every once in a while, just to make sure that do they need help? Do they need advisement? Or 3, is there a legislation on the floor that they're seeing that they're having problems with?
Wanjin, and then I did Hamid, yeah.
For every committee, name or describe a piece of legislation that gets remanded to them.
You got me there. Okay, so we'll start with LJR because, that's what I do. So that would be internal legislation. So any legislation when it comes to the statutes. ENA will review election statutes. Additionally, presidential appointments, we also review that because of me. ORS reviews the finance code. FAO and CRT will review fiscal legislation that I will write in my office. In the Office of the Pro Tempore. SBA will write proclamations in regards to caucus things or just proclamations in general. Oh, I also forgot resolutions in LJR when we changed the Senate rules. And then GAP will approve the advocacy agenda for they have the Capitol. I feel like I'm missing a committee. Am I? No? Okay, cool.
Benwick.
So I just want to start by saying I think you're very qualified for this role, especially with the amount of legislation that you do introduce, and that I know you've gotten a lot of experience from that. With that experience, I know you also got a lot of it from the judicial branch, and I just want to ask a question as to why your justice experience is not listed under your leadership experience in your resume.
It's more of a personal decision. I appreciate my time in the judicial branch, and I learned so much being a justice. But as I mentioned last meeting, I will say we didn't end on good terms. And as much as I learned so much from being a justice, I just don't think it's fair for me to claim that experience, even though it is rightfully mine, and I did have those experiences. I've moved on from the judicial branch, and I'm deeply happy to be here.
Kringle.
Yeah, which of these fiscal bills that just got ran on first reading did you help to write?
I believe it was the Black Men in Medicine bill, and it was the UCF Global Advocates bill that I drafted for review for Pro Temp Marset.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in debate. I'll do Gumrov, Karingal, Alcuda.
As a new senator, I was drawn to Collazo. I think we all here in our body respect his knowledge and his experience in general, even just being here for a short amount of time as a new senator, like it just beams off of him. And I mean, we've seen so many bills in here that were like, oh, we don't know what to do. Let's ask Collazo. So it's like, you know, he's always been our go-to, and I mean, he pretty much takes the job upon himself anyways. And I know he does a lot of things right now under his belt, but I mean, anything he does, he just like grabs like by the horns, you know? So I have no doubt that he's going to do the best with his position for like whatever time we do have remaining. And so, yeah, I'll be voting in favor, and I encourage you all to do the same.
Karingal.
Yeah, I'll be voting in favor of the candidate. At least the two fiscal bills that he mentioned, they're pretty good, honestly. I think there's like maybe a timeline issue, maybe like once or I think on both bills, but other than that, they look great. They're formatted correctly. All the math adds up, and timeline's kind of a pain because the university is kind of a pain. So I'll be voting in favor.
Alcuda.
Well, it's hard to imagine Vice Chair Collazo no longer being a vice chair. I really think he brings this role to life, and I really see him in this role, and I see him thriving in this role. I'm very excited for him. I'm very happy for him, and I'm excited to see where he takes the role for future years to come. So I'll be voting in favor, and I encourage you all to do the same.
All right, with 3 in affirmation, Benwick.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections?
Yes. It has to be made by the Pro Temp board.
Oh, this is right. Actually, if it's not seen through ENA, it can be done by anyone. All right. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, or non-voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 36 to 0 to 2, Andrew Collazo is confirmed for Deputy Pro Tempore of Legislative Affairs. Congratulations. Gumrov.
I'd like to motion to go straight to the proclamation first.
Okay. Do you want to postpone your bill?
I want to see how fast it takes us to get this proclamation first.
Okay. Is there a motion to move? Oh wait, we're there. Okay, so then I'll just go through this really quick. Okay, internal legislation, notice of legislation on first reading, internal bill 5628, updates to Title VI, contest of election, Chair Collazo, or that would be now, DLEG Collazo, I hereby remand to ENA, resolutions, resolution 5612, updates to Senate Rule Number 7, adjusting dean meeting policy, Senator Gaudio, I hereby remand to LJR. Notice of legislation on third reading, 9, notice of legislation on second reading, proclamation 5626, proclamation commemorating the exemplary life and achievements of Harris Rosen, Vice Chair Varela. Is there a motion for a 5-10-10? Any objections? All right, seeing none, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hello, Senate. If the name Harris Rosen sounds familiar, it is because he is the namesake of our Rosen College of Hospitality. So that enough, is reason for plaudits, but I think that there's a lot more he did in his life. And also, if you don't know, he did sadly pass away November 25th of 2024. So this is a proclamation in memory and in celebration. So I would, like us to respect that fact. But Harris Rosen was an entrepreneur and a philanthropist, and most important, a community leader. He was really big into serving underprivileged communities, specifically in education. He had a famous quote that I really resonate with. That is, there's as much intellectual talent in underserved communities as there is in gated communities, and I think that really exemplifies the mission we have here in our student body senate. In that, no matter where you come from, no matter what state you're from, no matter your socioeconomic class, there is, you should be represented properly, and you should have a seat at the table. And I think that that sort of model for life is something that we should try to, go after. And more into his specific achievements is that, through his Rosen Foundation, which is his philanthropy foundation, he's donated millions of dollars in scholarships to underprivileged communities, specifically Tangelo Park, which is a small community here in Orlando. He's built preschools, he's sent kids to college, he's built aquatic centers, he built community centers. So just all that work is enough for us to celebrate him. But furthermore, he was really big into aid for Haiti specifically. He donated $1 million in disaster readiness and disaster aid. He built thousands of houses. He, donated water filtration systems. Every year, the Rosen Foundation holds a water banquet to raise money to send water filtration systems to Haiti. He, paid for Haitian kids to be able to school in America. Really, some really amazing stuff, more than our government does, if we're being completely honest. And going more into his entrepreneurial life, he was a hotel mogul. International Drive, for Orlando natives who know it. For those who don't know, it's kind of where Universal is, where Disney is, where all those hotels are, where our big Orlando Ferris wheel is, the Eye. It's, kind of what makes Orlando. I think is a really beautiful place of our city. And he was a big part in developing it. 7 hotels that are on that drive are owned by him, by his company. And he's also used to sit on the board of hotel management for Disney. And let me know if these hotels sound familiar. The Disney Contemporary Resort, the Polynesian Village, and the Wilderness Lodge are all designed by Harris Rosen. So he has truly had an impact in our community that, I think goes sadly unacknowledged. So I'm trying to change that. And furthermore, what he did for our own school, UCF, is simply incredible. He donated the acreage and millions of dollars to build the Rosen Hospitality College, which has been, I believe, for 5 straight years, the best hospitality college in the nation. So his legacy is truly living on. And it just, UCF and Orlando wouldn't be the same without him. So I think we truly need to celebrate that and make sure that his life goes acknowledged, and to make sure we don't forget his incredible contribution. I yield the question.
All right, we're now online for questioning. Are there any questions? If not, I'll take a Metellus.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Varela.
Motion to see my amendments.
There's been a motion to see Vice Chair Varela's amendments. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, whenever you're ready.
I'm adding the Rosen RSOs that I got from D. Lazo to the proclamation that's being sent to. Thank you.
All right, any questions? Gumrov.
So the two that are happiest club on earth, and then the other one's happies. Is it meant to be happiest?
Yes.
Any further questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Rodriguez.
Motion to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in debate. Metellus.
I retain.
You may.
I'm glad these RSOs were added. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the amendments. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in voting procedures on the amendments. All right, with a vote count of 36 to 0 to 0, the amendments pass. We're still in debate on the proclamation. Ruben, Connolly, finish.
As a Rosen senator, I feel the need to speak up because it truly is amazing what he did for our school, and it would not be there without him. And he does so much philanthropic work, and truly there is no reason to vote no on this proclamation. And I was devastated by his loss, as was the entire community. So with that, I will be voting yes, and I encourage you all to do the same.
Connolly.
Yeah, I love this. I'm from Orlando. I used to swim at the aquatic center, so I'm going to vote in favor, and I encourage everyone to do the same.
Finish.
May I retain?
You may.
As a Haitian, I feel like Rosen's contributions to the Haitian community have been substantial. I really, really, really encourage you guys to vote in favor because he's helping out my home country, y'all. Like, that's amazing.
I'll take a motion. Finish.
Oh, right. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the proclamation. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 36 to 0, proclamation 5626 passes on second reading. All right, Varela, Gimrov.
I would like to ask that we go to confirmations first. Can like get the new people in?
What? Wait, I'm confused. Oh. Okay. I was like, okay. SBA is an appointment. Yes. Okay. Okay. Or we can just Varela, or it is 11:30. What do you want to do?
I think considering the last thing we have to do is like the miscellaneous business, I think we can do that, and then we can try out the bill, and if it looks like it's going to not work, then we can just pull the cord on it. You know what I mean? Or like, if it's going to take a long time to debate, we could just postpone it. But I would like to at least see it tonight.
Escobar. Okay. Okay. Do you withdraw? Yes.
So my reasoning for it is because if not passed this Senate session, it might not be enacted before this election season and wouldn't apply to this year's election.
Which one do you want to see? Which one did you say? Which 56? 26? Oh, we want to see on third reading. Okay. Then you object? Go ahead.
Pretty much all of our fiscal bills should be seen on third reading, and that should be pretty quick, but like, that's more important. I'm so sorry, but that's funding. And we have two bills that really need to be seen on third, and then the rest of them should also be seen on third because they'll technically be out of timeline next week.
Can I fiscal confirm this? Okay, so we do need to see bills. Okay, so do withdraw. Okay, and then
Motion to postpone internal bill 5627 till next week.
all right, there's been a motion to postpone internal bill 5627 until next week, next regularly scheduled meeting. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none. Is there a motion to move back to fiscal legislation? Are there any? I think we do the fiscal first. Is there a motion to move back to fiscal legislation? Any objections? Do you object? All right. Seeing none, fiscal legislation, Caucus.
Oh my gosh, I moved to see fiscal legislation on second reading, on third reading.
Which ones? I can.
All of them, right? Isn't that
All
the
of them on third. All. Oh wait. All of so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All 6 of them on third. Yeah. Okay. There's been a motion to see, or is there a motion for fiscal bill 56, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, and 53 on third reading? Any objections? All right, seeing none. Is there a motion to move to notice of legislation on third reading? Any objections? All right, seeing none. Fiscal bill 5641. Karingo.
Motion to see fiscal bill 56, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, and 53 as a block.
There's been a motion to see fiscal bills 41 through 45 and then 56, 53 on as a block. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none. We'll see them as a block. Do you want to take them, Kringle?
Sure. We just saw them. I yield.
All right, we're now online for questioning. Are there any questions? Varela?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in debate. Hamid?
May I retain?
Okay, you may.
Okay, thank you, Adam. We just saw them. Move to vote.
All right, there's been a motion to vote on the block of fiscal bills. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 35 to 0 to 0, the fiscal bills pass. On third reading. Colazo, yeah.
I move to see Internal Bill 5626 on third reading.
All right, there's been a motion to see Internal Bill 5626 on third reading. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, is there a motion to move back to old business? Are there any objections? Seeing none, notice of legislation on third reading, Internal Bill 5626. Senator Escobar, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, so we passed this on second reading earlier. It's just the 2 updates to the election code of ethics, and I yield for questioning.
All right, we're now online for questioning. Are there any questions? Benwick.
Move to debate.
I object.
Okay.
Sorry. What was the specific date that this would have to be enacted by to kind of beat the deadline for it to be present for the cycle?
Yeah, so I believe it needs to be enacted by February 10th, so like 2 weeks.
Have we communicated this this expedited timeline to Dr. Frame and President Lister so that we can get their signature pretty fast?
Merced.
I don't believe it's been communicated, but I don't think it's, in the nicest sense, important enough to have Frame sign it in like a faster timeline.
Varela.
I'm not sure if you have the answer to this, but do the author of this bill or anyone who would know, like, are you guys confident that this will be signed and enacted in time for the election cycle to start?
Colazo.
We can gently suggest to President Lister that he signs the bill in a faster timeline, and I don't think an email to Frame could hurt. I mean, we do it for fiscal legislation, and Dr. Frame can always just say no. So, we can always take the appropriate actions on our side. It just depends on their side.
All right. Varela.
Motion for a non-senator to speak.
There's been a motion for a non-committee member to speak. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, go ahead.
Earlier today, yesterday, President Lister was made aware of multiple election commission bills possibly going to the floor and has agreed to sign them almost immediately. So if he does sign them, which he will, they will almost immediately be given to Frame or Dr. Frame, who will have then enough time to sign it in place.
All right. Any further questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Kringle.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in debate. Kringle.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with the vote count of 36 to 0 to 1, internal bill 5626 passes on third reading. All right. All right. All right. Is there a motion to move to Senate forum? Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now at Senate forum. Everyone, please be mindful of our time constraints that we have now. We'll start with Dila Colazo.
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to say thank you for confirming me. I will not let you guys down, and I will do my very best to execute the responsibilities and duties of being the DLEG. I also wanted to reemphasize the importance of making sure that the election runs in accordance with statutes and being respectful when it comes to the commission doing things. I just think it's just important to reiterate that as outcoming ENA vice chair. And of course, contact Supervisor Brown if you want to be reelected into your seats. If you want to run for president, contact Supervisor Brown. Just make sure that you're continuing to respect the election statutes and you're continuing to respect the election process. But yeah, that's all I had to say.
All right, Chair Escobar.
Yeah, as you know, previous Chair Aiden DeCara has resigned, and although he's not here, I just wanted to thank him for his work in student government. He was my first friend here at UCF and partially why I joined Senate. His leadership as ENA chair and other positions is part of why I'm running for the position of ENA chair, and it would be an honor to continue his work in the committee if elected as chair. So yeah, thank you to Aiden.
All right, Sir Lazo.
Okay, I'm gonna keep this quick. I would have put it inside deliberations, but we definitely don't have enough time for that. But guys, it's getting really embarrassing when I have people sending me screenshots of other senators making faces and sticking out their tongues while other senators are giving speeches. So I know we don't have a sergeant at arms, and I know that it can be really difficult to maintain decorum. I know they're really long meetings, but we really need to be getting it together essentially. I'm kind of tired of everybody trying to make little memes of the work that I definitely value. And it's really embarrassing getting people sending me screenshots of people who are making faces throughout the entire meeting. I get it, it's tiring. I get a little yawn here and there. But other than that, I'm not having it. So we will come back about discussing a sergeant at arms later. But for now, anybody that's making faces, I probably will be having a discussion with them. I'm sure Pro Temp Morissette and Speaker Pullman can agree on that because it's not professional for us and it's getting a little bit grating to have people sending me those pictures.
All right, anyone else for Senate forum? All right, Senate deliberations, it looks like none. All right, advisors report, Brody.
Okay, just very briefly, a couple of things. One, I am hoping to check in with as many of the caucus chairs as possible. Andrew talked about the asked to remand those legislation back. I had a couple of thoughts and notes, but I want to have that conversation with the caucus chairs to get that feedback. So look for a message from me on that. Jason mentioned that you will need dice to play D&D, when that happens. That's true. I have lots of dice. So if you do not have any, that is okay. I will have a set for you. I will have enough sets for everybody at the table if everybody needs one. You should also get dice because they're fun. But if you don't have any, do not feel the need to buy some. Yeah, and then just based on the time, I would love to hear your senator shout outs, but I will have to just read them. So please add them in. And it looks like Maddie had to step out for a moment. They're doing good.
All right. Let me reconnect my agenda. It just keeps losing. Okay. Is everyone, all of the new senators, they're all in the agenda? Okay. All right. Miscellaneous business, elections. Is there a motion to open nominations for the LJR committee? Is there a motion to nominate Daisy Trejo Hernandez? Is there a motion to close nominations? All those in favor say aye. All those against say nay. All right. Is there a motion to open nominations for the FAO committee? Is there a motion to nominate Dee Muratov, Nicholas Lucht, and Tyler Borges to the FAO committee? Is there a motion to close nominations? All those in favor say aye. All those against say nay. It's okay. All right. Appointments. I hereby appoint Pro Temp Morset to be acting chair of the ENA committee, and I hereby appoint Tyler Borges to the SBA committee. Resignations. I hereby resign Grace Rudy from ENA. I hereby resign Daisy Trejo Hernandez from the Latin Hispanic Caucus, and I hereby resign El Banesh from the Arab Ad Hoc Caucus. All right, Danny, strip down.
Guys, really quick. First place on both this week and last week retroactively is Senator Benwick because Coral. Second place is Chairman Tellis for the suit and for your award for engineering. And then third place, honestly, I forgot to put it too, but will be Senator Lute, Chair Kaufman, and Senator Borges, as you guys are all, well, you for the award, and the other two for the suits.
All right, I'll take a motion. Trejo Hernandez.
Motion to adjourn meeting pending final roll call.
There's been a motion to adjourn the meeting pending final roll call. Don't pack up yet. Any objections? All right, seeing none. I don't know who does it. Who?
Do you do attendance? There's no vice chair anymore.
I can if you need me to.
I don't have it, so you kind of have to let me.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, hold on.
Sorry.
Yeah, you can if you want.
If you want to do it, yeah. All right. D-Leg Colazo.
Okay. Please don't pack up. Okay. Lazo.
Present.
Reed.
Present.
Corelli.
Present.
Lim.
Present.
Karingle.
Present.
Sherman.
Present.
Smith. Trejo Hernandez.
Present.
Muratov.
Present.
Connolly.
Present.
Gumarov.
Present.
Hamid.
Present.
Kaufman.
Present.
Rudy.
Present.
Nicholas. How do you pronounce your last name?
It's Lucht and present.
Luch. Okay, perfect. Luch. Okay. Metellus.
Present.
Rose.
Present.
Ravi. Okay. Hall. Shahan.
Present.
Escobar.
Present.
Naguib.
Present.
Wanjin.
Present.
Johnson.
Present.
Patel.
Present.
Weiderberg.
Present.
Green.
Present.
Hendry.
Present.
Rubin.
Present.
Borges.
Here.
Akuda.
Present.
Benesh.
Present.
Condoloro.
Present.
Myself. Quartz. Rodriguez.
Present.
Benwick.
Present.
Jinrod. Okay. Pullman.
Present.
Renaud. Right? Did I say it correctly? Say it for me. Miranda.
Present.
Sorry, it's like 12 a.m. Richmond.
Here.
Valera.
Present.
Vasquez.
Here.
Lipner. Morissette.
Here.
40 out of 42 quorum is certified.
All right, I adjourn this meeting at 11:46 p.m.
Can we sing a real happy birthday now?